Hello everybody, I'm Manakyn. Welcome to Saute Streams. How's everyone doing today? Let's see who's here. Hey, yeah, Bunny says hello. Hi, Bunny. Welcome. Thanks for coming early. I know you wake up early in order to get here, so thanks so much. Nebula. Hello, Nebula. It's a heat wave. You know, we just finished through a heat wave. Dang, it was like, what, like 100 degrees for like a little bit of time, and that was awful. I don't know what that is in Celsius, maybe like 35, maybe, I'm guessing. So yeah, it was really, really bad. So I got through it, and I know you can do it too. So hang in there, Nebula. Kioma, hello, Kioma. Randy, whoop, made it in time. Hello, Randy. Holly, finally on time. Hello, Holly. How are you guys doing today? Today, we are going to be playing more Phoenix Wright. We're going to be defending our very stupid client, Matt Engarge. Yeah, hey, how's it going, guys? God, I hate him. I hate him so much. But like, sha brah. Oh man, you talk just like me. I know, right? It's so cool. But he looked kind of cute. He's absolutely a filthy murderer, okay? It's always the attractive ones that are evil. So Adrian Andrews and Matt Engarge. Those two are definitely, one of those two is definitely the killer. How's it going, Emmy? I will not take this Engarge slander. You see, it's not slander if it's true. Meep says, what's up? Hey, how's it going, Meep? Welcome back. It's been a while. All right, you know what? Let's just play some Phoenix Wright. I am going to actually try really hard to go to bed early today. Because I woke up, ended up going to bed later than I wanted because I was playing video games, and then after that I realized I had to upload a thumbnail, so I spent some time on Photoshop doing a thumbnail, and by the time I was done, it was like 2 o'clock, and I wanted to go to bed at 11, so that's 3 hours too late, so I'm going to try really hard today. But anyway, we're playing Phoenix Wright. Ooh. All right, here we go. We are defending Mr. Matt Engarge. Shaw, man. Adrian did it? Shaw, brah. That's what it looks like. These two idiots. Yeah, Shaw, bro. That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman, like, couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there's gonna be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you, okay? A mountain? Like, you mean like a big pile? Yeah, it's like a really big pile. Like, how big is it, man? Well, it's figurative. Figurative? Oh, you're gonna have to explain that. I hate these guys. I hate them. I'm certain there's someone trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, lawyer, dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? Oh man, that's a breeze I'd get into. I know, right? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. Yeah, Shabra. I understand. Shabra. Well, it's almost time. I'm really glad I made the text box transparent. What? We must get a complete acquittal today. I know. But
I can't focus on Maya's situation right now.
Because I think why? Because I think her sash really completes the outfit, and without that sash, it wouldn't look very good. So that's why the text box not being there is very important.
Or pearls either. No matter what, I have to focus on this case by the end. I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day.
Indeed. Well, let's get go.
Hey, you do realize maybe we could start walking around with a change of clothes for Pearl?
Have they never thought of that? Has Phoenix never thought of, just carrying around a little like backpack with a change of clothes for Mia? It's like, have we never thought of that once? Let's be real here. Phoenix has definitely thought of it and decided against it.
It's him. Shabra, this is Phoenix Wright. Shabra!
Good morning. Is this, Mr. Attorney? This is the day of the trial, huh?
Maya, she's unharmed, right?
Well, when I checked on her this morning, she seemed, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you should really be concentrating on is winning today's trial.
Is that Nick? Can I talk to him? Nick, do you know grape juice tastes really...
Stop, get away from me.
No, I want to talk to Nick. Grape juice.
Miss, be a good girl and sit there. For my sake, as well as yours, I really don't want to put up with this girl. Please win today. Goodbye. I sent you a little present this morning, by the way, so I hope you enjoy it. Please, little girl, please, just sit in the corner and for him. I don't want to kill you. I need you alive for the rest.
No, I want to die, because if I die, I'll just summon myself.
Present? What in the world would you want to give me?
I'll figure it out as the trial starts, and even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win today's contest. If you please.
But Nick never wins at Super Smash Brothers at all!
Dang, Maya sounds like she's having a good time. Maybe I shouldn't be all that concerned. The kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Liar? Like, who's that? No one. Nothing to do with you, so forget it. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Or are you just happy to see me? No, I'm just happy to see you. Shabra.
March 22, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3.
Hey, where's Von Karma?
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engarge. Are the prosecution and defense ready? Shabra. The defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I, don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me?
Your Honor!
Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, keep it brief. What is it?
Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Von Karma was shot at by an unknown gunman.
What? So, are we ready to declare my client not guilty? So court adjourned?
What? Shot?
Hey, McMaster, MC Master. Somehow, I think this was the present that man was talking about.
His present?
Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment.
Well, she has a losing record, so I don't think she's doing a very good job.
Take this serious.
Sorry.
I wanted to beat Von Karma's ass, but I didn't want her to get shot. Bro, that's not cool. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage.
This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she all right? I don't have an answer to that.
She's alive and in stable condition.
That's good. Ooh.
I thought he'd show up.
Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today.
I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready. Naturally. He's so cool! He's so cool! He's so cool! It's not fair! Why is the prosecution so cool? God, how badly I want to ruffle his little ascot thing. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. The irony that her father was shot in the exact same or was it his left shoulder? We'll assume it's his right shoulder so I can say it's ironic. Luckily, I have looked over this case and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of one Mr. Matt Engarge.
The court acknowledges the prosecution? Oh, we acknowledge you. Oh, yeah.
Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. And suddenly, just like that, Von Karma is someone no one cares. Who's Von Karma again? Who? By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness.
But sir, your opening statement,
My opening statement is my beautiful face.
oh, acknowledged! First witness!
Please bring Detective... From what I understand, he has a new nickname. Big Richard Gumshoe to the stand. Aye! The boys are back! Oh! We got Phoenix, we got Miles Edgeworth, and we got our boy, Big Richard Gumshoe. Oh! Witness your name and occupation.
My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct for now.
but no!
After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir.
Detective Gumshoe.
The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer. Detective Big Richard Gumshoe.
Yes, sir! Yes, sir!
Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight.
Oh man, I'd love to explore the various facets of Miles Edgeworth. What? I stumbled a little bit there because I'm so flustered. Yeah, it would have to be Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me everything about you, Edgeworth.
This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir? It's kind of like the Grammys, but people actually care. Well, after looking into his death, we believe he was definitely murdered. At first, we thought something was suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar has nothing to do with the murder. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room. Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their room, sir.
What about, what is it? Matt Engarge had dinner with his, manager. Hey, Puff.
I see, Mr. Wright. Please cross-examine.
Hero of Heroes Award, victim was found dead. Why do you think he was murdered?
The cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Corridor was stabbed?
No, it wasn't! One look at the freaking picture. No, not that picture. One look at the picture. No, not that picture. One look at the picture tells you that it wasn't the knife that killed him.
Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal.
You were the one who said it!
Take a good hard look at this crime photo. Now, real pro's attention will be drawn to the bandana.
Banana.
Oh, banana. I become monkey. His bandana, sir. That's the thing tightly wrapped around his neck.
Then, what about the knife?
It seems it was stuck in the victim's chest after his death.
Strangle with scarf, then stabbed.
At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case.
Why?
And why do you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. We couldn't find it anywhere on the scene, you know? Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted bananas. Oh, and did the crime to fill the guitar with banana. Banana, sir? No, the only fingerprints were on the guitar's case were from the victim.
Only the victims, huh?
I see. So much for my theory, then. I'm hungry. Can someone get me a banana?
Guitar case. Empty. Water on the top. Bears Corda's fingerprints. However, later we found that the guitar case had nothing. Why?
What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case?
The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim had apparently only taken the case with him, sir.
Huh. Would he forget something like that? That's a good question.
So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? But then why bring the case? Yeah,
Wait, hold on a second. As someone who has played the violin before, and the piano before, I know that when you carry a violin in your case, you can definitely tell if the case has the violin or not just based on how much it weighs. The same thing with the piano. When I put a piano inside the case and put it over my shoulder, I can tell if the piano's there or not, right? Like, there's a big difference between a piano case with a grand piano inside and a piano case without a grand piano. One is slightly lighter than the other. No, but for serious, like a violin, you can tell. You can tell when a violin is not inside its case. So that makes me wonder, did he actually know? If he brought the case, can he tell? Does he play the guitar, for example? Or maybe he just thinks of it as a prop and doesn't really care about the weight. Like, if you're not paying attention, you probably couldn't tell. But usually, like, as a sanity check, I definitely, like, when I picked up my violin to go play in, like, an orchestra concert, I would check to make sure it seemed heavy enough. So, I don't know. For those of you who play instruments out there, you guys can probably attest to that too. Especially if metal instruments like trumpets, trombones, and saxes and so on, but yeah.
So the guitar was empty even before he got to the hotel, huh?
yeah, that's right. Didn't really have anything to do with the case.
I believe that is enough. I had other things I wanted to ask. You play the kazoo? Well, you can definitely tell whether or not a kazoo is inside its case because usually it's cloth, so all you have to do is squeeze it. I play like, what is it? Yeah, I play the cello, and you can tell when. Yep, I mean for the cello, that's like kind of a given. It's huge. Also, hi, Stickman. First, the victim was choked to death with his banana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt Engarge? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. I also heard he was hitting on my lover. That's not true, Phoenix. You belong to me.
Yes, Dad. Yes, Daddy.
What?
Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing.
Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir.
Honestly, Gumshoe's kind of in the wrong profession. I feel like every time he testifies about murder, he's just sad.
Matt Engarge and, Juan Gorda, they were huge rivals with each other. They each thought that the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's a gem in Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume, found in Mr. Engarge's hakama. Defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant, he brought the knife for the crime, which was premeditated murder.
Wait a second. Wait, where's the button?
So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing.
It was, sort of sticky on the handle. The fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. I think he was eating, T-bone. I had a little lick. Yeah, you could taste the fat off of that T-bone. Yeah.
Knife added. Gatewater is engraved.
Oh, and, there's the button.
It was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And this button is also covered in blood.
Yeah, we know it was the blood of the victim, sir.
Well, damn. Okay, something really doesn't add up here. Okay, so this right here. This is very important. This was ripped from his costume, right? Buttons don't come off, like, that easily, especially not something this big, right? Well, I mean, this is just more conjecture, right? But you see the button right there? It's a big button, first of all, right? It's literally like this big, right? So it's not like something that will just get ripped off easily, right? You'd have to deliberately rip it. For example, if you were fighting and then you were grabbing at his chest and he pushes you away, it would take a lot of force to rip it off, right? So, which means that button was pretty forcibly ripped off, as far as I can understand, right? It's not like one of those, like, silly shirt buttons. Like, even a shirt button, for it to come off, it'd have to come off in a big altercation, right? If you were fighting with someone in a collared shirt, I could see the button coming off. But I can't imagine like, hi there, hey there, how's it going? Poke, and the button will come off. So, clearly, there was some force that was required to rip the button off, right? Now, here's the problem with that. The button has blood on it. But we've established that he was stabbed after he died. This implies that the button was ripped off the body after the dude was already dead. So the order of events is first strangle, then dead, then stab, then rip. Okay, so that's the order of events. Now, that would imply that whoever ripped off the button did so deliberately after the dude was already dead. Which means the person, why even rip off the button? So you can put it somewhere. You rip off the button so you can put it in Matt Engarge's clothes. Right? Unless Matt Engarge loves to incriminate himself, which, I mean, don't get me wrong, that is a possibility, but not a likely one. But the more likely possibility is that since the button was ripped off afterwards, it seems like the knife was stabbed specifically. You can see where the knife is stabbed. The knife is stabbed just above where the button was ripped off, which means the knife was stabbed very specifically to get blood on the button. So whoever did this stabbed Juan to get blood on the button so that they could put the button somewhere. And that somewhere should be in Matt's clothing. It makes sense now. So we can actually use the button as evidence for our case, not against it. Also, why is the... do we have a picture of the Jammin' Ninja? Why is the ninja wearing armor on his shoulders? Isn't that a samurai thing? Anyway. Besides the point.
All of this points to the victim, doesn't it? Or to the defendant, doesn't it?
Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Mr. Wright?
Huh. I'll find the hole in your argument somehow.
You can press as hard as you like. Oh, you can press me against that wall as hard as you like. But after the trial, just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Hey, Godslayer. Matt and Engarge were huge rivals of each other. They thought each one was in the way. As for the Jammin' Ninja's button... there's the Jammin' Ninja's button.
Do you have any proof that the button belonged to the victim?
What do you mean, pal?
Let me put it in this way. I'm asking you if you have evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
You can't tell just by looking at it. And, the victim's blood is on it.
Anyone could have smeared that blood there afterwards.
Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir.
Oh, right. I knew this. I knew I had this piece of... it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in.
Thread.
Huh?
The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread was snapped when the button was torn off. If you match the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread of this button, it's a perfect match.
Yeah, that's it, sir. They're a perfect match, pal.
Ugh.
That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat. Ripped off, found in the Okami.
When was this button found?
Pretty soon. After the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Corda. And then we searched them. That's when we found the button.
So it was almost immediately after the murder.
The police did not have any free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people.
Hey, I have 2 daughters.
Defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife.
How were the fingerprints arranged on the knife?
What do you mean, pal?
By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, normally or overhand.
Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that.
Does that actually matter? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that he was stabbed, right? If he was stabbed after the time of death, it doesn't matter if he stabbed him this way or this way. Either way, it's the same. Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, Mr. Wright? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife, just like my fingerprints will be all over you tonight. What? There's no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder.
So, is the defendant the owner of this knife then?
The defendant bought the knife.
Bought the knife?
There's no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife.
Sorry, pal. This isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold. It's not great for walking around with either.
If the prosecution can prove this was a premeditated murder, we're done for.
Phoenix,
Yeah?
there's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late.
A button covered in blood. A knife with Engarge's fingerprints.
Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing, just like I'm going to pound you tonight, Mr. What?
Miles, Edgeworth, later. We're still in a world of trouble.
Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be, okay, Phoenix? Alright, I got it. Here. Nope.
Wait a second!
What?
So the basis of your argument is that this was a premeditated murder simply because my client bought a knife beforehand?
That's right, pal. The defendant
Did not buy this knife.
How did you miss that? Gumshoe. It literally says Gatewater. You know, maybe Gumshoe getting a good job, maybe this could be a good thing for him. Maybe he can get into a different business, like childcare. He seems like he'd be a good, he seems good with kids.
Take a good look at this handle. You'll see what I'm talking about. It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle.
Gatewater. I think I heard that before.
That's the name of the hotel. Gatewater Hotel. Do you remember? Very pretty girl. April May. Oh dang. She was so cute. I mean, I love Maya. I love Miles. I love too many people.
Oh.
The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means the murder was not premeditated. Oh, this is very true. It's a very big...
Oh.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. Oh, he's so cool! The music's so cool! Everything about him is so cool! I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined.
How so?
I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough to not realize that. The question is, where did this knife come from?
Well, it's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corridor's room.
Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. T-bone steak.
There's a knife and fork on the table.
No, the T-bone. I like T-bone steaks.
Then, where did this knife come from?
Oh boy. If it pleases the court, just like I please Mr. Wright, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Engarge. Especially with what was left on top of his table. T-bone steak. There is perhaps something missing. Perhaps like a, single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Matt Engarge's knife was missing. Mr. Engarge had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. With that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder.
Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliant, clear deduction.
It seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the beginning.
This must be one of those traps. I just walked headlong into it. A murder weapon with the fingerprints. A button from the victim's costume. It's quite a sizable amount of evidence here.
I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court.
Evidence not yet.
Wait, what? Is Edgeworth like, sure, here you go? What? He means evidence that the court has not seen yet. In other words, new evidence.
What does the defense have to say, Mr. Wright?
Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. Hey, how's it going, Twisted? Welcome! If we answer something wrong here,
that gavel of his will ring out with the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present?
Sure, why not?
There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance. Only one.
What the judge is saying is don't try to pull one of your usual bluffs here.
If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us. Then again, I get to go home with Edgeworth. But I care about Maya. But Edgeworth. But Maya. But Edgeworth.
Oh my god, that's everything!
You may present one, and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is it?
Have you met my daughter, Maya? Oh Oh. But there was tomato juice and it wasn't knocked over. Wait, but which one do I present? Do I present the tomato juice about how it's knocked over? Or do I present the picture which shows the tomato juice isn't knocked over? Right? We have evidence that there was tampering with the crime scene. But which one is it? Crime photo, wine glass. Crime photo, wine glass. Right? We have the picture that shows that there was tampering with the crime scene, or we have the thing that's the crime scene itself. Present this.
This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time.
Oh, God. Oh, how's your day going, Twisted? I hope you're doing well. I am nervous.
The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken. His makeup was all over the floor. His hopes and dreams were scattered across the heavens. Everything about him was pathetic.
What?
These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Yes, well, I see your point. However, this glass is sitting on top of the dresser. It's mysteriously untouched. It's not that mysterious. Nobody likes tomato juice. That's a good point. But it's still not broken. Okay, well, that's a good point too.
Who's your favorite character, Twisted?
The only thing that had not fallen along with everything else is the wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. But tomato juice is gross. I'm gonna go with the judge here. But I like Edgeworth. No, right now. I like tomato juice.
Edgeworth? Edgeworth is, oh man, he is my dream boy.
What do you have to say, guys? Tomatoes. It was a little peculiar, yes. Yeah, it's a little peculiar, yeah. Shabra, I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours.
What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion.
Oh, your opinion!
You don't need my opinion, because there's no special meaning to that glass. It is safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. Edgeworth. I swear to God. See you later, Twisted. Hopefully you can join another stream sometime. You can if you consider following. What is it? I love doing voice acting streams all the time. So please, if you enjoy, it, hopefully you can come by sometime. She could have easily been shocked that she set the glass down without thinking.
That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright.
Oh, thanks so much, Twisted. Let's just say no. Let's debate.
If I appear weak here, the trial's over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty.
They just might fall for it. If you're thought-provoking enough.
The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves that it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim?
There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have evidence to support it. I hate him, but he's so cool. He's so cool. Ah!
What?
You're not thinking hard enough today, Mr. Wright. But I know you are plenty hard right now. Do you think this wine glass escaped my notice?
Then,
of course, it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints.
Fingerprints?
Hey, how's it going, Sloth? There were only one set of fingerprints on that wine glass.
Only one? Whose were they?
They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were of one Adrian Andrews.
Well, damn.
Alright. That is why I said the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright?
I can't believe I fell into another trap!
Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corridor. But upon seeing the dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. Wait, but the tomato juice was in his room, which means she must have poured the tomato juice in his room. What are you talking about?
What you said makes a lot of sense.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now you see, Mr. Wright. You cannot change any part of my scenario. It all explains everything far too well. I've thought long and hard about this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover.
Wait a second. Mr. Edgeworth!
Hey, Kielma.
I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict.
Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment just yet. The prosecution has another witness we would like the court to hear from. What? Yo. Is Edgeworth going to present all the evidence, even if he does? Is Edgeworth a good person now? Yes, bailiff. Please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Ah, no! Maybe we should have just ended the trial. Now, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation.
Gotcha.
Ah! Here we go, everyone. Roar.
I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier.
Oh, Edgy boy. It's been what, a year since we last met? You remember all the times you saw me staring outside your window?
My window is on the 25th floor.
I know, and I would climb up there just to look inside. Oh, all those times you were changing your dress shirt. I got so many pictures of you shirtless.
What?
You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testimony. Who knew under that helmet? It was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand.
Oh, I tell you, this time, I know what I'm supposed to do. So today, I'm gonna tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with a terrible crime, like you and me.
Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all the court needs to know about. Oh!
Shush, I'm talking to my dear old Edgy Witty right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
Yes, madam.
No, please. By all means, interrupt her, please! Anyway, witness, your testimony, please.
Man, it's true what they say. That youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind getting all hot and headed, Mr. Edgy Wedgy. Now then, where should I start?
The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is that correct, Miss Oldbag?
It was a great job. Almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You mean you were a fan of the victim?
Look, everyone's crazy over that Engarge saying he's cute in a fresh way.
Sha, man, it's refreshing like a spring breeze.
But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in covering Smoochy Smooch with one Corda. You should see all the pictures I have.
Those two were the same age.
Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night.
Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed on the night of the murder.
Leave it to me, Edgy Poop.
Oh my goodness, please stop that.
Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was Engarge, Matt Engarge. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
Well, that's really damning evidence. Let's prove her wrong.
Mr. Engarge was sneaking outside of the victim's room.
It had to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination.
Alright, first of all, okay, you were pacing, there was something you were interested in finding out, I couldn't care less. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up, it was a man, it was Engarge. How do you know that?
You saw my client? Are you sure about that? Really?
Annoying brat. What? When I say I saw someone, I saw that person.
Why do you get a sense of deja vu?
Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year. The person's face, what was the person wearing? What was the person... Face carrying clothes. Okay, what was... Okay, if she saw his face, it's over. We should not ask him about his face. Right? If she says, yes, I saw Matt Engarge's face, then we're done. What was the person carrying? These two are essentially the same thing. So I'll start with clothing, and if that doesn't work, I'll go to carrying. Yeah, because carrying has other implications, but clothing, at least it's a way to identify someone without specifically addressing that they exist.
Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail.
What a troublesome young man you are. Really, as if something like that matters.
But it does!
Now what? Oh yeah. It was that thing. That gaudy thing he's always wearing. That racing jacket. There's so many girls out there who like guys in coats. But they're all just those little skanky skanks. Coats are disgusting. You should always like a man in a sweater vest. Ah, look at that gaudy coat. Ah.
He was wearing that at the detention center, too.
That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men.
So, Mr. Wright, was that testimony important?
It was actually very important.
Of course it was important, Your Honor.
Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important.
Don't you see it, Edgeworth? I'm gonna get you to respond because I have no idea. Your Honor, I request that the witness said what the witness said about the jacket appended to her testimony. I don't quite see it, but sure, witness, whatever.
I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. Women who like men in coats and jackets, they're the worst. They're skanky skanks.
Are you sure he was wearing the racing jacket?
What do you think? It's not like I've ever seen him in anything else. I'm sure he was wearing...
Got him. Got her. Yes, commit. She may not be remembering things, or she might be mistaken, but I don't think she's lying.
It's bad for us.
But that's also how the human mind is. It also has a tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed a few times, hasn't she? That's what makes her a sweet old late.
That's because you're not the one who has to question her.
You think old bag in her prime looked like Mia? Because maybe we're judging her the wrong way. Where's Mia? Oh, I guess we don't get to see Mia. Okay. He was wearing that flashy racing jacket. Now all I have to do is figure out which piece of evidence supports that, or denies that. Maybe this? Wait a second, what about the picture? No. Let me read through these things really quickly. Glossy photo that Maya pushed onto you, press conference, this stolen camera. What happened to the stolen camera? Hotel guide map, guitar, wine glass, attempted suicide report, Juan's autopsy, comma. Oh, this one. If that one didn't work, I was going to do the conference as well, Kiyoma.
Miss Oldbag!
Don't say my name for no reason.
You know what this is?
Yeah, that's button number 2 of the Jamming Ninja's costume. Give that to me. Oh, is that covered in his blood? I'm gonna keep it for self-preservation. Maybe I can clone him later.
Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance.
Give it. I'm gonna collect his DNA.
She really is a die-hard fan. I want to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Engarge's body during a full body search. Cha, man, how full body was it? Like, totally full body. Like, all the way full body. Shabra.
See, this button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was the rascal Engarge.
It was caught on the pleats of his nickel samurai Hakama pants.
See? And Engarge is the nickel samurai.
Witness! Now, it may be just me, and I do have an active imagination.
I can imagine just glaring. Edgeworth just glaring at Matt.
But now, didn't you just say the defendant, Matt Engarge, was wearing his racing jacket?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you judge people based on what they wear.
You're literally wearing a spaceman's outfit.
If I wore the trendiest dress, but instead I have to put up this ridiculous looking outfit. Don't you agree? It's hideous. I got a recorder, and it's so heavy. I wish they switched to CDs ages ago. I have a dream for a live for the kids, and now take a look at the mirror. Your coats aren't as interesting as documentary on curling. Now,
Hey, curling's pretty cool. Hey, don't be dissing curling. Curling's cool. I mean, I wouldn't watch a documentary on it, so maybe she's right.
Hold your tongue for a second, please. So, what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Engarge, the man. But, Mr. Engarge, the Nickel Samurai, yo!
but when you think about it, they're really one and the same.
Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about.
Edgy Poo, don't you think so too?
Well, it may be something worth considering. Just say it's important, please! Please! Stop being a tsundere! I tell you I love you all the time, but you never say it back.
Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify.
Oh, if you insist.
I should be the one sighing, not you.
Let me grab Big Jug because this woman is destroying my voice.
I hate coats. Coats are the worst. Engarge. Oh yeah, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai. I saw the Nickel Samurai. It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder.
He would have had blood on his costume? Kinda not convenient.
He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show. So he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
I knew you'd say he was inside that costume.
Did you think there could have been someone else? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things.
The possibility does exist. Do you not remember last year when literally it was someone else inside the Steel Samurai's coat or costume? You don't remember that at all.
I love how every time I love the consistency. Both of what's her name? Old Bag's testimonies have to do with people in costume. I love that. I love the consistency there. I like how the characters even the side characters kind of play a part in the games. Like Old Bag, she's testifying about costumes. Lotta always has pictures. Like, it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to see this consistency. Except for Regina. Never show Regina again. Maggie Bird can come back. She was cute. Mwah. Oh, I hope we get to see April May again.
Youngins today. I told you there was no way it was anyone else.
How do you know that?
Because I said so.
What's your evidence? My evidence is that I made it the fuck up! She's just as delightful as a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, go ahead.
Alright. Engarge, yes, I remember. The Nickel Samurai. Okay, so what did you see about the Nickel Samurai? Your Wi-Fi went out. Well, welcome back. We are pressing a very old woman.
Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said a racing jacket, and now he's not.
Not too long ago. Let me ask you this. When you were an itty bitty, what was your grand dream?
Huh?
What do you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper?
My dream, huh?
Phoenix wanted to be an astronaut. He definitely wanted to be an astronaut.
Well, I wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public courts. So what?
Dang, ever since he was little, Phoenix wanted to be part of the legal system. Oh! That is adorable. Now I'm imagining little Phoenix watching Law and Order right now. He's like, no, objection, that you should object there. I'm imagining little Phoenix watching like Law and Order and Cops and I don't know, whatever other police or legal dramas there are. Arava, welcome back.
See? And look at where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner,
I mean, he is a defense attorney. He's part of it. I mean, if he spends enough time in law, he could actually become a judge, if he wanted to. Or maybe like CSI, crime scene investigation. Yeah! Damn, bam.
What I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that? Accountability is for losers. The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. That's right. I killed Mr. Juan Corrida.
What?
Since when did the court become theatrics over testimony?
All that matters is that the man inside, that costume, is that not enough?
That got us nowhere. I got an achievement called Judge Wagner. It would have been convenient for him to wear the costume during the murder. He had the ceremony show. Okay, so this is just speculation. I don't care. In fact, we should have objected here. But he had to go to the post-ceremony show. That is, in theory, correct. He must have worn it while he was stabbing.
Let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, was it really was the Nickel Samurai?
As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning?
Did I throw in the towel yet?
You don't need to think so hard on this one. There's a contradiction in their testimony sitting in plain sight. The question is what this contradiction means for us.
Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay.
Alright. Nickel Samurai. It would have been convenient for him to wear that costume during the murder. Must have been the Nickel Samurai in the costume stabbing poor Juan. I think I know what, I know what, what's her name? Maya's hinting at, but I wanted to see if I can pick out something else from her, but it doesn't look like she's going to, it doesn't look like this testimony is really going anywhere. So, I mean, were there any glove prints? If there were no glove prints on this knife, I mean, there could have been So there must have been the Nickel Samurai stabbing poor Juan, but no. See, this entire testimony is bogus, right? Because it doesn't. It adds to the fact that it was the Nickel Samurai who was in there. But it doesn't matter if the Nickel Samurai was in there. The question was who was wearing that costume. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn if you saw the Nickel Samurai. So why do I even care about this? But I'll point out the contradiction anyway.
Please take a look at this.
Hey, Chimsuke.
Yeah, it's a knife. Big deal. I have 6 in my back pocket. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work.
No, that's not my... Well, I mean, I did consider stabbing you, but no.
That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct?
Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to the case?
You don't even have to ask. The defendant's fingerprints are on it.
Is that what you're driving at? That's right! I'm in the driver's seat this time!
What are we driving, and whose car are we driving?
I have a sports car out back. I'll let you drive it later.
Oh boy! My dream come true.
If Mr. Engarge was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all fingerprints off the knife.
Oh, that's right. He wears gloves, don't he?
He probably took the gloves off before he began why? And why? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in the costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant had held no intention to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk to the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. Just like I'm taking my gloves off with you!
But the murder still did take place.
It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim.
Yes, I've heard that. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory?
Let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. There's a contradiction. This theory contradicts something said in an earlier testimony. What are you blabbing about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Engarge was the killer. In that case, I think it'd be impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent! This knife, it was used by Mr. Engarge at dinner. Someone with gloves just used the knife after he used it to eat. So he used it to eat a steak and he was like, oh, well, I'll put it back where it was. Stabs it back in.
Yes, we did establish that.
Which means if my client was in fact the killer, he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At the time, the defendant had no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition number 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like a bee and bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. I'll be all over you like bees on a hive. Phoenix, that's for tonight. Yes, this knife was planted by the real killer to hide the identity and mislead us.
Order! I say order! Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do something like that?
To frame my client, Mr. Engarge, of course.
To frame?
Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume. If that were true, there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Witness?
Looks like I made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo?
I hate old women. I hate women in general. I love Phoenix Wright. What? Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Engarge with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV?
But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of the door because, well... I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure.
She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. All right, who were you waiting for?
That's top secret to anyone outside of security.
I have a feeling you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corridor, am I correct?
The way you think, you're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur, but look, my beard has 50 years of experience. Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was trying to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corridor. Maybe, Phoenix, maybe the Old Bag was waiting for that person. If I know who Mia's hinting at, it's certainly a possibility. Old Bag, you were waiting for this person! Who is this person? Hey, Phoenix, that's my manager! Shaw, bro, I know, right? Can you believe it was your manager? I know, Shaw, bro! Shaw, bro! That's crazy! It's my manager, man! Hey! What up, Adrian? Oh, yeah, you can talk to her later, man, Shaw, man! Shaw, bro! But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Scandal! Oh, I'm gonna keep this. Oh, yes, I'm gonna cut this one out. Does anyone here work for People magazine? The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. You like that friendship? Then, this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's... Adrian Andrews, without a doubt, the witness thought so as well.
Looks like you found me. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
Witness? What in the world are you? Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling.
I've got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. That's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course. Oh, for myself. Personal reasons. Oh, I can watch them, take some pictures, and get hot and bothered later.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed? I really don't want to do this, however, I cannot let this point slide. Very well. Witness, testify about this secret information.
Get ready. This is gonna take the wind out of you youngins.
I'm sure we're capable of handling this. It's not like we're 10. Please don't mind the fully grown 8-year-old standing next to me.
That Engarge is one evil, evil man. He wears a coat. That's how you tell men are evil. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and it is top secret. Nobody else but you and me get to know that, except for the entire viewer base of the Manakyn channel.
This is so dumb. The descendant sent his manager. What a distasteful topic for court!
Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant?
Never heard that one before. Me neither, man! Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person?
We have looked into this matter and found that the truth of the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip.
But should this be true, this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, cross-examine.
Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited now.
That's right. Engarge is nothing but an average foul-blooded youth with a stupid coat.
As the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. Phoenix!
What the frick? Oh my god! Phoenix is a little psychopath over here.
Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone.
Wow, Phoenix. Wow, Phoenix, that was lame. That was really lame. No, man, that was really cool. You should say that line more often. Shabra! Shabra! Engarde's one evil man. Scandal. He sent his own manager to get close with Juan.
You don't have any proof that Mr. Engarge did such a thing.
You must be suffering from shock, the shock of hearing the truth. And now you're in so much shock you can't do anything right.
You're right. I can't do anything, but boy, do I wish I could do something about you.
Alright then, Shunny, show me what you got. Can you show me proof that Engarge didn't bear any ill will?
What? You're not the one who's allowed to ask that. You literally cannot ask that. Stage show, Lotta's camera, Gossip Land, hotel map, empty, wine glass, crime scene photo, suicide report. I mean, this is a weird question.
See, just as I thought, and you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. It's your job to prove it! You've just given me a free pass to say whatever I want, silly boy. That's the way the cookie crumbles for you.
So I took action. What action did you take?
What do you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in wait and close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was gonna capture her and teach her a good lesson. Something you youngins need.
You were going to teach her a lesson?
I was gonna make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun.
No, stop, I'm sorry.
It's too bad the woman didn't come through that door that night.
Top secret, no one else.
Wait,
What? I'm a busy woman.
secret information that no one else knows about. If that's true, how do you know this information?
Well, because I'm a pro. Yeah, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drill a hole to my brain, you'll never find out.
How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got this secret information, you won't get to go home today.
Edgy Poo, why don't you help me?
What do I have to do with this?
Just do this for me and you'll get your reward.
Huh. I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that she spontaneously made it up inside the witness's head. And he lectures me on reckless blabbling. As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time. I do know where this information came from. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip. But you can't just ignore it. It makes your client look bad either way. Well, I don't think she heard anything out of the ordinary. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm gonna press the heck out of it. I know. Got it. So, no one else is supposed to know the secret information, correct? If that's true, why do you know it, Miss Old Bag?
What are you looking at like me like that for? Stop!
Witness! I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire secret info. Isn't it? The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. Very fluffy. We should bring her in for, what do you call that? Self-help therapy? People can pet her hair. Oh yes. Oh, so fluffy. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down one of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews.
What outrageous, you say?
No, I said impressions.
Then, everything I've written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless!
Oh my, she just admits to it.
That's it! That's the note!
No. You see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. I'm gonna buy one corridor.
Then you're the one who took Miss Hart's note.
I'm a huge fan of one, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil Engarge. She says so herself. Engarge, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Edgy Pooh, you believe me, don't you?
Well, rest in peace, Edgeworth.
I was only trying to help out, like the angel I am.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm glad Francisca's not here. Because I don't think Old Bag and her like 80-something-year-old person can handle Von Karma's whip. I'm gonna be honest, I'm glad that Old Bag's not gonna get whipped.
It's only a little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before.
You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Yeah, but poor Edgeworth, right?
It's only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just once. She looks like she's really soft. No, she doesn't. Should I forgive her? If I let her up now, she'll get away. I have to find something to inflict a deafening blow on the prosecution. You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is that correct?
Stole! Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all.
You're digging in the trash! and I'll prove it.
Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again?
Miss Old Bag, I don't believe the note was the only thing you stole that night. Miss Old Bag, that note was with a camera inside its case, was it not? A camera? Yesterday, Lana Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera.
You're gonna Lysol light her? No! Don't do that to poor sweet old bag.
She kept saying something like,
My sweetie, $100,600 camera disposal disappear on me. Yo, Phoenix, that's not what I sound like. Oh, how can you be so racist?
Witness?
What is it, Gramps?
If you have the note, it's only logical. You have the camera!
Looks like you found me again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking?
Oh my god. Old bag's the worst.
Yeah.
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I eat my meals like you, I fall in love, I borrow things from people.
I think your definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slime Bag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinary. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she took. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know things.
Bailiff, check this camera's photos.
Alright, what do we see?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have?
There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to the case. It's this picture of when Ron Taro moved the bookcase.
Please, present it to the court.
Oh. Wait, let me make sure this matches. The gears are on his right hand. Yes, the gears are indeed on his right hand, looks like. He doesn't have a spear, though.
See, that's the guy I told you.
This proves the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. What does this mean, Edgeworth?
I'm just gonna point out something for you guys. When it comes to disguises and whatnot, and this is something I learned from doing escape rooms. Like I said, I really like escape rooms. This is something I learned from escape rooms. When it comes to like clothes and disguises, one thing you should always look out for is how something fits. So, the first thing I did when I looked at this picture was to check if this fits the person wearing it. And if you look at the pant size, you can see that this costume is clearly too big. So that's probably not Engarge in there. Just a little, in case you guys ever have like a, what is it? Like escape rooms or puzzle rooms or something like that. Looking at clothes and how they fit people is actually it's a very good skill to have if you ever do some escape rooms. This photo by itself does not prove that the person is the defendant. In his own confession, Mr. Engarge clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume.
If that's the case, then the Nickel Samurai is
the defendant.
How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments? The The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? If this photo is really decisive, we're done for. But if I raise an objection and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo Lana took. There is something strange. There's something strange with this photo.
I knew it was coming, Mr. Wright.
Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster.
Oh, I'll bunker your buster tonight.
Oh, please do.
Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can find something wrong, then you should only need one chance.
What the?
I have to find something wrong with the photo. I can't let this chance pass. You can do it, bro! Shabra! 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 Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Let's hear your objection. What is strange about the photo?
Don't, like... Now... Here.
I would like to direct the court's attention to this area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. But you can't! And what does that mean? The costume person could not have been Mr. Engarge! What is the meaning of this?
I wonder if you would care to elaborate with actual facts, that is.
Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai poster.
Wait, where did you get that poster? It's limited edition. Please, let me have it. I want to hang up.
Hey, Edgeworth, you're a fan of the Nickel Sam?
No. I watch Masterpiece Theater?
Anyway, please pay attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks! Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding up his ikama just to walk. There's only one explanation to this. The person inside is shorter than the defendant. Oh, right. I think that I've turned things around this time.
That's curious.
What?
Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's because I'm thinking about what's going to happen tonight, Phoenix Wright.
That's true.
He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only for the ride.
Along for the ride? What do you mean by that?
I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all.
Then I haven't
No! It means he's grown up as a person and realizes what's important is to figure out everything that happened. Not just, who's guilty and who's innocent.
Where does this leave us? If this person is not on guard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless.
I figured it would come to this. Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Engarge. I wonder how Edgeworth reacts to Matt and Phoenix. I don't know. Who is the person in this photo?
Who's the person wearing the nickel samurai costume?
Don't stress out, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Why is he...
Yeah. Why is he so calm, man? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is this person?
Okay. Let's be real here, right? Okay. So, Matt Engarge, he's not that tall. Well, I don't know how tall, but I mean, he's obviously reasonably tall and handsome if he's going to be an actor, right? And so, if he is tall, then a person shorter than him would be a small, someone described as a small in stature woman. That's right.
It was Pearl! Are you saying it was your own daughter? Look at her. She's clearly a 27-year-old woman, but she's 8. But no, she's right next to me right now. How did she get this tall?
Phoenix, you're an idiot. I can't believe it. I didn't think you would mess up here of all Did you seriously blame me?
Oh, I really thought I had it! It was definitely Pearl. I thought I had it. Would you care to try one more time? Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who the Nickel Samurai is, it's none other than this woman.
And why would you say it must be Adrian Andrews? What in the world points you to her?
For starters, she's short. Yes, but so is Pearl. She can move freely in and out of Mr. Ungarde's room, but yes, so can Pearl. She can phase through walls. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ungarde that night.
Well, Pearl had dinner with Will Power. Oh, I see.
And how does that all add up? It means it's very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Matt Engarge's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon!
Why don't you just say what it is you want to say, Mr. Wright?
I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Shaman, no way! Shabra, Shabra, Shabra! Order, Shaka, brah! Hey, Judge, don't make fun of us. It's kind of hurtful. It looks like this trial has seen a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth!
Yes, Your Honor.
This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
How come we never hear the defendant's testimony?
All right, this is it.
This is bad for us.
What do you mean?
If Adrian Andrews is summoned to the court as a witness, it means the trial will go on for another. Maya! Maya needs burgers! She needs one burger every 4 hours for her to survive!
One more day? If I don't get a verdict today, then... Maya... Now then... We shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
You gotta do something.
Please, Your Honor, continue this trial. We have to pass a verdict today. I cannot do that. We can... I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial.
But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development.
Unexpected development. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. Ah, he's so cool! He's so cool!
And what do you mean by that?
That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all. It's all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
What? Sabra?
All according to Keikaku. Translator note, Keikaku means plan.
What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. I'm just saying, I'm just going to point this out. If you look very carefully at Edgeworth's eyes, his pupils are little hearts. I am just going to point that out. If you look very, very carefully at his eyes, his pupils are hearts. Oh my god, I am in love. Oh my god, Edgeworth. Oh, kiss me now. Hold me, my dear Edgeworth.
Everything was planned out in advance by that man?
Somehow, I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. I'm gonna point out that literally everyone, due to the art style, literally everyone's sprites had little hearts for their pupils, but we'll only focus on the fact that Edgeworth's pupils are hearts. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Ansem Man, those look like circles. Download a high-res sprite. You'll see it.
Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we do, I need some time on the monkey bars. Please proceed prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. Did anyone subpoena money? I wanted to blow on the monkey bars with him. Recess time. Bye.
Ansem, I'm going to be honest. Don't argue something when you haven't looked into it. It is very clearly hearts. I mean, actually, let me see if I can find a high-res image of Miles Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. Oh god, I might run into spoilers. I am willing to risk the spoilers to prove my point. Okay, this is behind prosecutor's bench. Justice for all. HD, there we go. Here. Okay, I'm gonna find this. I'm trying to find a high-res image. No, that's him blinking. Perfect, this one. Save image as. I am going to do this. I'm going to actually prove it to you guys. Desktop. I'll save it there, I guess. Show in folder. Open. Okay, let's see if this
Media. Image. Add source. Add new source. Edgeworth. Here. Quick. Okay. Bigger. 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 Yeah, you can see. See, it's a heart. You can see on his eye, it's a little heart. And because I blew it up so big, it's a little bit blurry. But yeah, it's a little heart. Answer man, don't argue when you haven't investigated it. It is a little hard. I'm going to also point out that most of the characters, because of this drawing style, have this little heart shape in their pupils, but still looks blurry. Yeah, there's a little heart right there. You see it? You see it? The little heart right there? I'm going to just leave this right here. Keep him on screen. Anyway, that's all for Edgeworth. Bye, Edgeworth. You guys saw the heart, right? Anyone besides Answer Man who clearly has terrible eyes. You guys saw the heart. Objection, the photo is blurry and could be easily mistaken for the letter L. Yeah, but actually, it's also in Maya's eyes and Phoenix's. Like, most of the characters have this little heart shape on their eyes. But I just noticed it for Edgeworth first. Answer Man, I'm pretty sure he was joking. He wasn't arguing for you. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not the cool and collected Adrian Andrews. Shabra.
She's your manager. It would be very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had an easy access to the knife you used at the dinner was, well, it was her. So, after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See? She could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your Hakama. Because she was the one who came to wake me up, right? Then, dude, you're saying it was really her? Yes, she's the real killer. She's the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own? Like, Sabra, what are you talking about? Yeah, it's pretty gnarly, but you'll see by the time's over. This is like far out, man. Like, no way, don't worry. I'll get you acquitted. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Liar, dude? Phoenix. You think her motive is related to the Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Shabra. Phoenix, stop that. Sorry. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts and her strength as a reason to live. But then, Impact suddenly killed herself.
Sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it. I like how you see like a little note on the corner over there, just to imply that she had a suicide note. Is Juan Corrida, the victim of the murder. And that's why I think Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Juan Corrida. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impact's. Edgeworth. Looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard down.
Court will now reconvene. Phoenix. Mr. Wright. The defense lobby was very loud. I kept hearing, Shabra, 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 Shabra. Are you okay? Yeah, Matt. We're good.
The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Corrida's room. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Engarge.
I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yes, sure. What is it?
I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing. And would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
People magazine?
Is that the only tabloid magazine that the streamer Manakyn knows?
No, he also knows Us magazine.
I see.
No, I've never heard of Gossip Land. I've never heard of People magazine. No, never. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me.
Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was a fry and bait matter, or was it bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing.
But I did not kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ.
Shabra. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim. Now, Miss Andrews?
Very well, then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder had taken place. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene from the crime scene in the photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Oh my god! There's a dead body! Tomato juice. Nice.
You poured yourself a glass of tomato juice.
Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, go ahead.
Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match, and she's also very attractive, and very beautiful and stunning. She looks very nice, and she probably is great in bed. Phoenix, why are you getting distracted? Pay attention.
Yeah, I know.
In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing.
Disrupt her pacing?
She's the type of person who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. You have to attack her when she least expects it. The instant you let up on their offense is the instant the trial is over, understand? Time to show the start. I went to get the map from the room. After that, I went to Juan's room. Dead body, shock, clouds, juice. What I saw, shock. After, why'd you go to Juan's room? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes.
So the show was to be a show of friendship. Is that the only reason?
I beg your pardon, what are you implying?
You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had more personal matters to discuss with the victim.
Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in my mind at the time.
I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess.
May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? Dead body, you were in shock.
You were in shock?
What? Was I not supposed to be?
Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Corina.
Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. You can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be—
She's mine! Somehow I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see.
The exact scene. Describe that scene for me. No, don't bring up the photo. Make her describe it first. Yes, the one with the knife lodged into his chest.
And the guitar case was like this too?
Yes, it was open and empty, of course.
And then what did you do next, witness? Juice!
Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself.
But you didn't drink any of it.
Huh?
There were no lip marks left on this wine glass. Damn, I wish there were. To suggest anyone drank from it.
I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it.
Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more thing. When you discovered the body of the dead Juan Corrida, you were in great shock, and then you poured yourself a glass of juice?
And what of it? My mind was really a complete blank at the time.
Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you.
Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing.
What one thing?
Never mind, it's not a big...
Really? Really? What was she starting to say? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that as you said you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was.
Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked over the flower vase.
Got her. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor of the crime scene?
We got her.
This mess of glass shards?
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case.
Why did you withhold such an important piece of information?
I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, people would simply assume that the vase was another part of the mess.
Yet another fact has come to light. Please add this to your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. I was the one who knocked over the flower vase where it fell. We got her.
You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you sure it fell on the guitar case?
Is there a problem with what I said?
It's not some problem. It's a major problem! Nice line, bro! Thanks, bro! Shaw, bro! Shaw, bro! It's true that on top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what's so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That is very true. Furthermore, there's one other thing strange about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what's wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside the case, not outside.
What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all?
No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, she did implicitly say that she didn't touch the guitar case.
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. There is no bearing on this case at all.
That may be, however, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case.
No, because if a case is opened, why do we open things, right? I'm a believer in simple logic. If a case is opened, obviously, you either put something inside or you take something out, right? You don't need to overanalyze any of this, right? All that meant is she opened the case and took something out. The question is, what did she take out?
Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more about the guitar case?
Absolutely.
The empty guitar case. I believe it's crucial to crucial piece of the puzzle.
I can't believe anyone would be reaching for straws like this. But it is you.
Oh, I'll reach for your straw tonight.
What? What?
I can't believe I'm doing this either. All right, I'll follow along. For now. Miss Andrews, please, the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
Looks like this wasn't very important.
This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting.
I'm just gonna cross-examine, okay?
Oh, don't worry. When you lose, I'll comfort you tonight. I'd like to think that throughout this entire trial, there's like a huge amount of sexual tension between Wright and Edgeworth, and the judge is just up there feeling incredibly uncomfortable. You don't remember too clearly, that really doesn't do anything for us. I suppose you may have opened the guitar case.
So you opened the guitar case then?
Yes, well, maybe.
Why did you open the guitar case? Mr. Corrida's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case.
As the witness has stated multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it.
Why would you care about a guitar?
But getting back to topic. It's not a big deal, the case was empty.
Was it really empty? I was wondering, maybe if you opened the case, the guitar was still inside.
How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have you a little professionalism? The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention.
Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright.
As for why I opened it, even I don't know.
Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body?
Yes, that's probably it.
I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. There's only one way I can make her talk. With evidence.
Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now.
I wasn't planning on letting up, but
She's at her weakness. This is our chance.
if we had a weapon to hit her with.
I have a baseball bat here. Go ahead and swing it.
What?
I don't remember. Let's just press this statement as well.
During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind?
Well, you see.
Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case?
She's waiting for someone to tell her if her answer should be valid or not.
Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. Well, Miss Andrews?
Yes, it was me. Alright, she doesn't know, which means let's try to point out. Let's see. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case. It's not a big deal. I believe we have some interesting stuff. But only bears Corrida's fingerprints.
There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case.
Why would you say that?
It's elementary, dear.
Phoenix, you sound stupid.
It's elementary, darling.
That's a little bit better.
Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case were the victims.
Which means if she opened it, she consciously suppressed her fingerprints.
What is it, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I must have left fingerprints just because I touched the case.
What do you mean?
What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time?
Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves?
It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes. Now I remember, I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of gloves.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. You were wearing gloves? Isn't that strange?
Why is that strange? Do you have something I would prove that I was not wearing gloves at the time?
BAM! I have your proof right here. This wine glass!
The wine glass.
You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass.
Nice job, bro. You got her now.
I know, right? This is awesome. Shaw, bro. Shaw, bro. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it's a little strange that you'd put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case?
Oh god, her glasses! Oh, good thing she carries a spare. As a guy who wears glasses, one of my biggest fears is the glasses breaking and then I can't see for the rest of the day.
Order!
Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time.
What do you mean?
I believe the guitar case plays a very important role here.
But it's just an empty case.
I wonder if it was really empty though.
But
I'm speaking in what's her name? In Adrian Andrews' voice.
But the guitar, the bright red guitar was at the studio.
Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case? was not the bright red guitar.
You don't mean it was a white guitar? Wait, no, that's not right either. I admit, it would be unnatural for someone to do that. The witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact on the case.
Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us into all this misguided...
No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place.
It was money or drugs. Probably both. It was money on drugs.
However, it was wide open in the photo of the crime scene. I'm sure the guitar case has some relation to the murder.
If you are so sure, Wright, I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why the guitar case has anything to do with the murder at all.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case.
Are you telling me you can put other things in a guitar case? Oh!
The bright red guitar was not being the only thing?
So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, Mr. Wright?
I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove.
Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside the case at the time of the murder? Lada's photo, knife, one's autopsy, suicide, camera button, crime scene photo, wine glass, guitar case, hotel guide map, magazine, Lada's camera, Seder, nickel samurai. I don't know which one it is. Is it this? Are we the nickel samurai or the nickel samurai? Is it the nickel samurai or the nickel samurai? I think it's this one.
This is... Are you saying there was a photograph inside? Yes, that's exactly... No, man, he's misleading. Oh, sorry, Shabra. No. Yes, but what's important is inside the picture, Your Honor.
Why is it all murder cases? You know, I've said that a lot. Like, why the heck does Phoenix only take murder cases? Maybe he specializes in murder. In murder defense or something, I don't know.
It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume.
I guess we finally caught Edgeworth off guard.
Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Right. Are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that?
The insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on so she could hide her identity, so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews?
I am sweating. I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door, there was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop.
No, like, she was literally starving. Like, she hasn't gotten, like, a job in, like, years. And in the end, she managed to get the shot, right? You mean this photo? Order! Order! Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix.
Well, you know my strategy. Speak, think first.
No! I'm smart, I promise! Speak, think first, later.
Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume, huh?
Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Engarge. Why would something of the defendants be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case, of all places?
That's true. It is slightly baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai doing inside the guitar case?
I mean, let's think about this carefully. Who wore the costume? The person who wore the costume was Adrian Andrews. But in order to get the costume, she opened the guitar case. Which seems to imply that she knew that there was a costume in the guitar case, assuming that everything is correct. If she knew that there was a costume inside the guitar case, the only way she would have known that is if she had known that. That sounds weird, but think about it this way. She knew, which means she somehow known that Juan put a nickel samurai costume into his guitar case. What is the most likely way she would have known that? Well, she's Matt Engarge's manager. She has access to the costumes. So if she has access to his costumes, then perhaps she just gave Juan a costume, right? It's a very simple solution, which means this costume was simply a spare.
Mr. Engarge did not take his costume off during the break period.
In fact, that costume we're talking about was just a spare. The only way she would know is if she knew. Okay, shut up. You understand the logic. Shut up.
What? Then are you saying, on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurais?
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
How do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
It would mean that the victim himself brought the spare to the ceremony on purpose.
But why?
Do you guys remember there was supposed to be a press conference where the Nickel Samurai is supposed to show up in costume? Perhaps Juan intended to have that press conference as the Nickel Samurai instead of Matt. He wanted to make Matt look bad. Maybe.
Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume? What could be the reasoning? And therein lies the sticking point.
What are you mumbling to yourself now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue?
No, the streamer does it for me, right? Shabra?
Shabra.
Shabra?
Shabra.
Yeah, Manakyn's got me, Shabra.
Shabra.
No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Oh, dang it, I keep doing, what's her name? Andrew's voice. Then answer with gusto. I believe in you. I believe in you. Adrian Andrews' voice is slowly becoming every woman's voice. Dang it. Damn it, Samus Aran.
What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yeah, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference.
I heard this as well. For once, you're not making something up.
But what struck me was as strange as was that Matt Engarge himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? And that's the way I see it. That can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida! The victim? Yes, the spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference.
Hey, Kai, welcome.
We'll clear your name. We're American, not Americans.
Thank you, Kai.
Mr. Corrida was gonna hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as a Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't even know yet, however. What I am concerned with is what he intended to reveal at that conference.
The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. I'm still waiting for your confession, Phoenix.
What confession?
I'm still waiting for you to tell me those special what special Phoenix, you are so dense. And by confess, I wager it was going to be reveal something about himself.
Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was gonna speak about Matt Engarge. Yes, I guess that's what it would mean.
But if that's the case, that's not a confession. That's public disclosure.
Miss Andrews!
I can see why you are pros at what you do.
Pardon me?
Yes, as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan.
Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation.
You see, this was for a YouTube stunt. It was a prank. The cameras, they were right there. And, well, you just got pranked, bro.
What?
And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was me.
You!
Juan had bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going to go down with him. That's what he thought.
He was going to ruin him, huh?
It looked like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career.
Uh-oh. And do you know of the secret, Mr. Engarge? Do you know of the secret, Miss Andrews?
That's something only Juan knew. I didn't know what it was.
I see.
I have probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all.
Protect Mr. Engarge?
I also found it hilarious that he interviewed a parrot.
Yet another strange bit of truth comes to light. Miss Andrews, please, tell us the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Protecting Matt. Psh, as if you were even capable of that. I can't get a good read on Andrews. I wish she would just be more open. It's like, she's like, oh, I'm, what is it? Like, oh, I need to protect Matt, but I'm gonna do it by killing his rival. Oh. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt I had to protect him.
That does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit.
If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I'm ready to make a rule.
Are you serious? We've literally demonstrated over and over again that Matt was framed. We've demonstrated this over and over and over and over, and you're like,
Nope, but he's guilty. Life sucks for a defense attorney in Japanifornia. That just means I gotta put my weight on this.
hey, you know, totally random, but spirit mediums. How far back in time can they go to summon a spirit? Like, we know that she could, what is it? Maya was going to attempt to summon someone who died like a year ago, right? In the Eeny Meeny case. But could they like summon Abraham Lincoln? Could they summon like George Washington? Or like maybe Genghis Khan? Or could they summon, I don't know, could they summon Jesus? Like how far back can you go to summon? Could they summon Julius Caesar? You get a feeling he was the murderer. Meant to kill Juan. My evidence, the button and the knife. King Tutankhamun?
You can hardly call that knife decisive evidence. Fingerprints on the knife could very well be clever camouflage.
Then what about the button?
The button?
It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during that fight, the killer ripped the button from the jamming ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button!
The button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama. Isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence.
Ugh! Looks like you were outfoxed again! Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony!
I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat.
Thank goodness Mia can still look at me.
With an icy stare, yes. The button was torn off during Juan's fight with Matt. Answer Man, please try to keep your comments relevant. Like, I get you're trying to make a joke, but that joke, like, try to keep your jokes mature enough where we can actually understand what the heck you're talking about instead of just being random.
And how do you know that?
When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume match up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard.
Or so you've heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail?
Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you're not. That hurt me very deeply.
Oh, I thought I had her! If there's anything to try to trip up, it's on this, but where?
Okay, the button was torn off during wandering the fight. We've already proved this wrong. Remember, I actually made the argument very much earlier. Covered in Corrida's blood. Suicide, Juan's autopsy, strangled to stab. Maybe it's that one. Probably not this one. Empty. Wine glass. I think it's this.
This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states the cause of death was strangulation by scarf.
Strangulation?
The knife stab to the victim was also done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death. That's right, Miss Andrew. Squirm! Squirm like the worm you are! Bullying women, Phoenix? Not cool, man. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body. What is the meaning of the...
What is the meaning of this? Thank you, Edgeworth. Hey Kai, what is it? I have no problem if you type out these long dialogues, but please note that if you type dialogues that are too long, I'm not going to be able to read them. Because, you know, I'm definitely looking back and forth, so if you type out the long dialogues, I mean, as long as you're not spammy about it, that's okay, but please understand when I don't actually read or respond, because it's difficult for me to read through a giant block of text. So what if the button was torn off after the body of the, after the victim already died? What does that change?
Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did it serve?
What purpose?
We now know the button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposefully rip this from the victim's body. Maybe we should have listened to Manakyn's explanation like 2 hours ago. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? The murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it?
Hey, Meep.
Mr. Wright, does that mean? Does that mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with the button?
A memento of the crime? No, that actually sounds like something that a murderer would do, so it's not that funny.
There's only one logical thing for something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engarge. There is no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants.
Speak for yourself, Mr. Wright.
What? I like the idea of danger.
This is an awkward silence. Please say something. Anyone.
That's right! Mr. Engarge was set up! By the real killer, of course! And the real murderer is? Mr. Wright? Who is the real killer? Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point.
Phoenix, you can't let your guard down until the very end. Not until the very end. Oh, you... I keep doing Andrew's voice!
The person who planned to frame Mr. Engarge is... Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you! Go! Thunderbolt! Hold up, Mr. Wright! This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? It's all evidence!
How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me.
I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? I studied.
Then what about this knife?
The knife was used to stab the victim after he already had been strangled. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engarge naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew where the knife was you.
All women are evil. Correct. Then the button, it was in his pants. He liked bloody buttons, just like Edgeworth. Please, don't bring it up, I have already embarrassed myself.
This button was removed from the victim after he already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found the body or the killer. However, if Mr. Engarge was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engarge's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from a nap, which is yet again you, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. The costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled from the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could have only been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Adrian Andrews!
No, I... But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere on the guitar case. And it was you who proved she was not wearing gloves at the time.
That's right.
That's because she didn't intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she touched the case, they would have asked her. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. Pretty simple, huh? But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. To top it off, there's this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe that this nickel samurai is Mr. Engarge. It would have been much too short for his own costume. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Adrian Andrews, you're kind of short, huh? Petite, you would call it? Maybe like 5'2" at most.
Please stop.
How about it, Miss Andrews? Got her this time.
Miss Andrews.
I refuse to testify.
Well, damn. She does have that right. Assuming this is America. I don't know about Japan, but in Japanifornia, anything goes. I mean, yeah. What is it? Have you guys heard of the term, I plead the fifth? I have the right to remain silent. You have the right to refuse testimony if you believe that that testimony can incriminate you. What was that?
There's a law. It's called the Fifth. I don't remember the details, but I'm just gonna say it. I plead the Fifth.
Well, yes, that's true. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination. I thought we were in Japan. Does anyone know where on Earth we are?
I believe it's called Japanifornia.
Can you put that on a map?
No, I cannot. Neither can anyone else.
By allowing us a witness to not testify if the testimony can damage themselves.
By the way, for example, pleading the fifth, a lot of people just, legal talk right now. A lot of people believe pleading the fifth is like admitting guilt, right? But that's not always the case, right? If somebody says, if somebody says something like, what were you doing at the supermarket? There was a murder at the supermarket. What were you doing at the supermarket? And someone says, I plead the fifth, I refuse to testify. People will say like, oh, she's the murderer, she's the murderer. But that's not true, because you have every right to plead the fifth if instead you were stealing a piece of gum, right? If you say, what is it, for example, I plead the fifth about what I did at the supermarket, and my crime was stealing a piece of gum. I refuse to testify, even though this trial is about someone's murder, right? So just because I plead the fifth doesn't mean I plead the fifth for this particular crime. It could be any crime, which is where some people go wrong, right? People say, oh, if you plead the fifth, maybe, oh, that's obviously guilt, but that's not necessarily true, because it could be any particular crime that you're talking about. It could even be a crime that you didn't commit. Maybe you didn't commit the murder, but you accidentally threw a knife on that day and the knife happened to land into the victim's body or something like that. You can still plead the fifth for that. You can say, no, I'm afraid that if you guys figure out I accidentally threw a knife and it happened to hit the victim's dead body, you guys are going to think I did it. You can absolutely plead the fifth for that, even though it's kind of a very extreme situation. But, you know, it's more common that people can plead the fifth, even though it's not the exact crime that you're thinking of. It might be a completely different crime. So just legal talk for you guys. So when people say I plead the fifth and they say I don't want to testify, I don't want to incriminate myself, that does not necessarily mean that they admit to guilt for this specific crime. So it's just a thought.
Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to Mr. Engarge's room.
Adrian Andrews. Oh, Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we discussed. Remember, the number 5. The number 5? But why?
That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea in her head. She must have told Andrews not to testify if things looked bad.
You did a good job proving everything up until this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done.
Something I haven't done?
You haven't kissed Edgeworth. That's right. And you will not get these lips until after this trial. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence?
What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sure you all realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer has proven up until this point has been meaningless.
What?
Everything you've proven has been circumstantial. It's not my job to prove people guilty. I've just proven fairly well that my client was framed. Whether or not she was the actual one who did the crime doesn't matter. I've just proven that my client has been framed. That's all. That's literally all I need to do. I could care less if she's the one who killed him, okay? All I care about is my client was framed. Stop, Edgeworth, please. I thought you were a good prosecutor. I thought you've grown. I thought you've grown bigger and more loving. Oh, and your arms are so open to me, and your bare chest as I rub my hands along. What? Sorry, I got carried away there.
Circumstantial?
Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definitive evidence. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Corrida.
Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrida?
I believe this may lead to incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
Mr. Judge, did you not hear a single thing that the streamer Manakyn just said? He literally just said Pleading the Fifth is not admitting guilt. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Maybe so, or maybe not. There's no way to prove it either way. Besides, you wouldn't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silent... Yo! I hate her, but that is a good argument. There it is, that's the argument, right? Oh, did you kill him? Well, I confess to having stolen a wine glass from the hotel, but I don't want to tell you guys because that would incriminate me for theft. So therefore, I'm not going to testify. See, she has every right to do that. She has every right to do that. I'm making crap up, but you get the point.
Damn it! She's taking a defiant attitude. Mia, what should we do?
Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation.
I think we've reached a certain conclusion at this point. Miss Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory is that she is the actual murderer.
One thing I don't know, however, if you refuse to testify, can you unrefuse to testify in the same case? I don't know. I remember hearing something along the lines of if you refuse to testify, you can't after that decide to testify in order to defend yourself again, or something along those lines. I don't remember where I heard that. Maybe that was just made up. I don't remember. But I heard something along those lines that you might not be able to. If you plead the Fifth, that comes with certain restrictions on your ability to testify. If I remember correctly.
The defense's theory is that she is the actual murderer, but it has not been substantiated with solid proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing that this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Oh boy, I'm gonna get money and we're gonna play on the monkey balls again. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defenses look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial... It's tomorrow. We don't have a tomorrow! If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please, wait! Your Honor! That's not necessary! The trial! Please continue the trial!
What are you sweating for? We're not even in bed yet. Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let's continue the trial. If we don't get the verdict, then Maya...
Come to think of it, where is your teenage sidekick?
But that's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
Edgeworth, please save us, please save us, please save us! Oh, he's so cool! He's so cool! It is not impossible for this trial to continue.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you...
It is true Miss Andrews holds the right to self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. I'm not sure how exactly that works, because couldn't she say any topic, whatever topic you bring up, couldn't she say, I plead the Fifth? But, I mean, I guess in theory he's right, but I don't know how in practice that would work.
Yes, that's very true, but...
Actually, there's one thing I am a little curious about. When you found the victim's body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes. And? I can't think but how unnatural it is that you poured yourself tomato juice. It could have been apple juice, or, grape juice. I heard there was even celery juice, which is much better than tomato juice, and yet you chose tomato. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. You see that? I made a 007 pun. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Tomato juice. Filth. Disgusting. Testify?
Mr. Edgeworth, like just an hour ago you were saying you liked tomato juice.
No, I'm going with popular opinion now. Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today. But I can't get a good read off of him. Or prune juice. That's a laxative. Hey, how's it going, Cookie Rabbit? Is he friend or is he foe?
Oh man, he's definitely more than friend.
What?
I mean, he is friendly. Damn Edgeworth, he's so hot.
What?
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please.
I wonder how many viewers I drive away with my sexual tension between Edgeworth and Phoenix. The glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and I saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was just sitting slumped over there, tired in the corner. A lot of the little kids. When I saw him sitting like that, I thought he thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked over the fire vase. Really? Who doesn't acknowledge the ship? Fair enough.
So you poured the glass of juice for the victim? No wonder he died. He liked tomato juice. Why didn't you say so?
I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. We've already proven way beyond a doubt that Matt Engarge was framed.
Shabra!
Edgeworth, what is going on in that sexy and beautiful brain of yours?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Here we go. We got her. Yeah, you were surprised. He looked tired. You thought he was dead, didn't cross your mind. He looked like he had fainted. Oh, it is over. How can someone look fainted with a knife sticking out of their chest?
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him?
No, not at all.
Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? What is the meaning of this?
Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking right out of Mr. Corrida's chest. Anyone who saw the scene would have immediately thought that there was a murder. I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who had fainted.
Hey pal, I thought he had fainted.
Anyone smart, at least. And then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. My naifu, your waifu, laifu.
Your point?
Your testimony is one giant lie. Glasses break. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you're the real killer. I can't scream like a girl, I'm sorry.
Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Engarge, is not guilty after all.
But that's wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Miss Andrews, try to have a little bit of composure and self-respect.
It wasn't me. Please, it wasn't me. I tell you. It was Matt. I swear he's the one who killed Juan.
You're the one who refuses to testify.
And your reason for doing that was so you might not end up, because you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you?
I refuse to testify.
Okay, then there's no reason for this court to continue any further. Phoenix, Miles, have fun in bed tonight. Matt Engarge's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over?
This is all your fault, Miss Andrews. I mean, it kinda is. It's her fault that she's not testifying. What's wrong, Phoenix?
I mean, usually the real killer confesses their guilt or something. Now that I think about it, it's the first time someone hasn't.
Well, welcome to the real world, Phoenix.
Now then, I would like to hand my verdict down for Mr. Matt Engarge.
That was a really short trial. I'm gonna be honest. Of course, it was far too short. Your Honor, Mr. Wright and I have a bet. Whoever wins this case gets to be on top. And I like being on top. So I'm going to have to object. The prosecution feels that would be premature to pass a verdict at this time. The reason is quite simple. The witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth.
Absolute truth? What are you?
Witness, don't you understand yet? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head. But as long as you protect yourself through your silly silence, Matt Engarge will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, it'd be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty.
What in the world is she? Has she lost it?
I can't speak. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly on the words of others. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. We need to get this girl some self-confidence, man. We gotta go to some therapy.
Then, right now Miss Andrews is.
Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Karma. Don't say a word, and if you do, Matt Engarge will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now, and is clinging on to them.
Then what should we do? This is the first time I've come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty verdict. That's my only priority.
It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please, someone help me.
Yes, Your Honor. The court can't continue like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What are you supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what the witness did and what she did not do. And also think about whether or not you have... No, I'm gonna stop that joke there. And think about who the real mastermind is behind this crime.
Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else who this could be except the woman crying over there, right?
Come now. Do you think you can handle being on top? I said the joke anyway. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What would you guys want to do? I'll let you guys decide. Should we force her to testify, or should we just save Maya and that's it? What should we do? Force her to testify? Force her to testify. You guys are too nice. I just want my not guilty verdict. I'd be a very good lawyer because I would lie and cheat my way to the top. But I guess we should make her testify.
I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it. Not when she's making...
No, Phoenix, stop simping for her. That man right there, Edgeworth, that's your man.
Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you're really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure. Mr. Engarge will get an acquittal, but in his place you'd be found guilty. But mark my words, Edgeworth, I'm gonna be on top tonight!
Be quiet. How dare... You're trying to trick me.
I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however...
What is it, Mr. Wright? Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop.
Mr. Edgeworth!
What's he gonna say? This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past.
But Mr. Edgeworth, this is 2002. Mental illness has not been acknowledged yet.
Stop. Please stop. No matter how much I want to hide it, you want to hide it, it's no use. I will be on top tonight.
That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide.
What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews.
Secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else.
Please stop. Please, I'm begging you. If people find out... I just want to say, there's no problem with being dependent, guys. She's too dependent, and, you know, the first thing you want to do to break out of that is you have to acknowledge, hey, you know what? I don't have very much self-confidence. I depend on others. So then, you surround yourself with people you trust, and they can help you build your own self-confidence, right? The last thing you want to do as a dependent person is hang out with people who are, who don't want you to be dependent. You know, there are a lot of, both men and women who get in relationships with people with very low self-esteem so they can control them. That is a very real thing. There are lots of men and women who end up in like really, really, really controlling relationships with people with low self-esteem just so they can manipulate them. So then essentially their partner becomes their yes man. Do not date that person. Do not be friends with this person. If you want self-esteem, surround yourself with people who encourage you to do things yourself. Okay, so that's all I have to say on that. So if you guys are struggling with self-esteem, just like Miss Andrews here, please think about all your friendships and think about if your friends want the best for you, right? Sometimes the best for you is not the best for them, right? Like, I want the best for my friends, but sometimes as a result, that means they're somewhere else and I don't get their help, so... Yeah, Manakyn, a guide to life. Hey, how's it going, Jake, man? And thank you. Yeah, I hope that helps, even though we have in the middle of very, very intense music right now. We'll find out, Al. If you're going to say, I would choose death, that is no concern to me. Dang. Edgeworth is hard, man. But, I mean, he's not wrong, right? You can't just sit in darkness and say, okay, I'm gonna act scared for the rest of my life, right? And Edgeworth is kind of playing like the hard mother. Not hard mother. The hard love. But not hard love. Tough love right now. He's saying, okay, if you're gonna go out there and die, do it of your own accord, right? Do it because you choose to die. And it's like, oh, well, I choose to die. Wait, I can also, you know, choose to work hard and figure things out for myself. And obviously with this approach, you gotta be very careful and you gotta, you know, make sure that the person you're pushing tough love on doesn't get pushed too far overboard. But Edgeworth, as long as you reel it back a little bit, I think he could end up helping Miss Andrews. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? I think Edgeworth is actually doing therapy right now. It's very hard therapy that will result in lots of tears, but sometimes tears are important for therapy. However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. I will be on top, no matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court or shall I? Either one is fine. I'll talk, but please help me. Dang. Nothing matters anymore. Edgeworth, you better hook her up with some gumshoe therapy later. Because nothing is more therapeutic than getting a hug from Big Richard. Dang, she looks so defeated. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. Can you guys hear my voice, by the way? I just want to make sure. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure that there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. When I finished and I was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. That's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume.
Stabbed the body? With the knife? But why?
Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man.
What do you mean by all of this?
It might take a while for this court to understand. This is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt. Again. Just like last time. Just like last time? Uh-oh. Last time. So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim Juan Corrida in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Engarge for the murder. And this is her crime.
How is this possible? Wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination.
Camjo's getting mad. By the way, if there's anyone new and you're enjoying this, please consider unfollowing. I'd love to, see you on the stream with my stupid voice acting streams. When I first saw him, I really thought I had fainted. Honest. Formulate your plan. Mad dash back to Paul. Ripped off the button. Returned to Matt's room at a bit of inconvenience. That's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume.
I don't want to concede, but this testimony, it rings of the truth.
It does. I can't. This is, the first time in a while where there's nothing obvious sticking out to me. I'm sorry, Phoenix.
No, don't apologize. We're taken by surprise.
Still, I'm sorry. Alright, let's just press.
But you could tell from the state of the room that there might have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you said you didn't know he was dead?
He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf is part of the Jamming Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything strange about it. His head was also tilted down a bit. I couldn't see his face. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and I went to pour the juice.
What is this plan you had?
I knew right away that the murderer was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin the crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. That's why. Oh wait, crap. I was so dazed right there. That was when I formulated my plan. Once I made it back to the hallway, I made a mad dash.
That was so you could get the knife, correct?
The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping at the time with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, returned to the scene. And then I stabbed Juan. They should have tried to stop her in the first place, I guess, but that was also of her own accord, right?
So you were the one to stab the victim, huh?
It gives me goosebumps to think about what I'd done. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt even look more suspect. So you're saying you thought to rip one of the buttons off and plant it in Mr. Engarge's hakama? Yes, that's what I planned to do. But things never go smoothly, do they? Just when I finished, and I was returning to Matt's room.
An inconvenience.
There was a woman with a camera at the hall, ready, littering in the hall. Loitering. The image is back. Lana just has a bunch of candy bars, eats one, and throws it away. God darn tootin', there's no trash can around here. I'm just gonna throw the candy bars on the floor. Loitering in the hallway.
I'm willing to bet my spikes it's Lana.
There was also a woman with a ray gun.
That's old bag.
I'd already been caught and made a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go
out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why.
You were the one who prepared the costume, weren't you?
Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it in Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony.
You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct?
Yes. Juan wanted to wear the costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is the secret?
That, I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, people would think Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
What? What? We didn't find anything. I mean, I guess we got more info. I think we've heard enough. So, after that, you went back to Mr. Engarge's room and planted the button.
Into Matt Sakakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it in the bag. Then I snuck out of the hotel and got rid of it.
My word, what does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engarge. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk.
Francisca.
She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. If I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
Heckin' women. Heckin' whammon. Blaming the best boy for being the best and jealous that they're the worst.
What the witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still...
Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything.
Yes, exactly. Let's just completely ignore the fact that she stabbed a dead body and tried to frame someone. Of course, she is completely innocent, absolutely not guilty of anything whatsoever.
There isn't a single piece of evidence that points her as the... Oh my... Nope. Not a single piece, not one piece of... Absolutely unrelated. Nothing. They got nothing on her. Oh man, she is as innocent as can be. Oh man.
The cross-examination is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning.
Understood, Your Honor. Luckily, I always have my kinky handcuffs on me. Sorry that these handcuffs are a bit furry, Miss Andrews.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
No. Phoenix, I know she's suffering, but people don't starve in one day. It takes several days for people to starve to death. Have you seen that show where what is it? There was a really fat guy who literally just didn't eat for a week and only took vitamins. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. She eats lots of burgers. I'm sure she's stored up a good amount of blubber on her. Come on. You got this tomorrow. We got this tomorrow, okay? Oh,
Maya. Oh, Maya needs a burger every 8 hours where she goes. That's a good point. Damn, this is awful. Don't. At least she's safe. Hungry. She's hungry, but she's safe, Phoenix. It's okay. And you heard the transceiver. She's really drunk right now. She doesn't even feel pain.
I didn't win an acquittal.
Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. That card in your hand. It had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright, I conveniently remember after today's case. I remember just now. I found it in the room on that day.
The room?
That day. I found that card when I discovered Juan's bot.
Deep breaths, deep breaths.
It was lying there, right next to him.
You found that card next to the victim's body?
I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right?
Yeah, I guess not. Still strange, though. But as far as a clue, I don't see what.
Witness that card. Give it to me, hurry!
Edgeworth? It's okay. You can be on top if you'd like. You know, I just want to see you happy.
Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this information from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about?
I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? What does it mean?
She sells. She sells. She sells. Seashells by the seashore. No! I'm really bad at tongue twisters. And we will end our case there for today. That was super, super fun. For those of you who are new, by the way, I do at the end of my streams, I do like to chat with the audience a little bit. So hopefully I can hopefully you stay around and chat with me a little bit. Hope you guys are doing well, by the way. That was a really hardcore case, man. Like, you like Adrian's character? I do like Adrian's character as well, but you know, she's very, I won't say bipolar. She's very like, she's very two-faced, which I really like. I like characters that are two-faced, that have like
different personalities and different characters. Like Mo. I guess Mo's not really Two-Faced. He just puts on a character. But like Adrian is like actually really Two-Faced, and like so she kind of has like 2 different modes, which is really fun to do as a voice actor. I do like characters that show a wide variety of emotions. Unlike, like, for example, Gumshoe. Like, Gumshoe always sounds like this, pal, and sometimes he's really happy, and sometimes he's really angry, and sometimes he's really sad, but generally he's always the same. Like, it's all approximately the same emotion. And honestly, Phoenix and Miles Edgeworth, they are pretty much all the same emotion as well, which is just, oh my god, and I've got you. But, someone like Miss Andrews, she can be aggressive, and then she can be, like, very sad, and then she can be very happy. I'm no simp, but Adrian, that sounds like something a simp would say. Yeah, so I really like those characters. Which is maybe one of the reasons why I really like the circus case, even though I know a lot of people hate the circus case because of Ben and his simping for someone who might be slightly too young for him, but but yeah. Yeah, but Andrews is cute. Miss Adrian Andrews, I like her. Who else? There weren't very many characters. Old Bag. I was hoping we would interview Lotta this time around, actually. I wanted to see what pictures she got, but we ended up getting Lotta's testimony through Old Bag, I suppose. Slightly is an understatement. Fair enough. Cotton 4K. Simp. Yeah, let me see. I really liked doing Ben's voice. As much as creepy as Ben is, I really liked being on the stream too.
Man, what are you doing? Stop that.
I really like that. I really like doing Ben's voice. I hated Regina. I hated Regina with a passion. God, Regina could just get lost. I hate her. But yeah, who is it? I'm really, do not trust the porcelain doll. She is very much just a porcelain doll. Do you know what she looks like? Do you know what I just realized? Anyone who grew up in the United States, especially girls, there's a doll company called American Girl. That's what she looked like. Those dolls are really expensive. They're really well made. They're collectible. They're like, it's like, and those dolls are super expensive. It's insane how expensive those dolls are. I know she does look like an American Girl doll, right? You hated those things freaked me out. Luckily, my sister was more into Barbies than American Girls, so I'm really happy about that. Yeah, my sister made me play Barbies. She had a wedding Barbie, like a wedding special edition Barbie. You've heard of the American Girls? I don't know how those look like. Let me Google American Girl and see how creepy it is. American Girl doll. Oh my god. Yeah, if you go onto type American Girl doll and click images, it's creepy, man. These dolls freak me out. These American Girl dolls freak me out like crazy. You don't think they're too creepy? Well, you've never seen a bunch of them in a room, right? There are collectors who have 50 of them in a room, and if you ever turn off the lights, it is creepy. Yeah, they're expensive as hell. They're like $100-something. It's I could just, if my daughter wanted an American Girl doll, I would say hey, Cabbage Patch Kids are $19.95, okay? I have this doll that's literally the height of a small child. That's like a mannequin. Hey, that's me. Is it like a doll or is it a plushie though? Like plushies are, it makes sense. Dolls are like, big dolls are hard to find. Multiple in a room are it's horrifying. It's in the back of the closet, never to. No, take that thing out of the closet. Take that thing out of the closet because it is going to fester and the hatred is going to be building. And then one day you're going to leave your closet slightly open and it's going to come out and kill you. Throw that thing out. No. I am not going to let you become the main character of a horror movie. Okay? Get that thing gone. Get that thing gone. Out of here. My aunt has this in her room and her doll's eyes. Oh my god, she has a bunch of dolls. Oh god. It's a doll. I'm afraid to open that closet. Sorry. Okay, fine. Do you have any siblings you hate? Get them to do it. The main character always survives though. Okay, maybe be part of a scary movie, right? Then at least you get to experience ridiculousness along with the horror. By the way, for those of you who are new, just a reminder that I'm awful with horror. I'm so scared of horror that I literally cannot watch like the Scary Movie series, which is supposed to be a comedy. Like I've been meaning to try to watch Zombieland. Hopefully I can watch Zombieland because I know Zombieland is a comedy. So maybe I'll be able to watch Zombieland. Yeah, but yeah, Spooktober's coming. Do you guys got any spooky games you're looking forward to or you want me to play? The one thing is I know I probably won't play Outlast. I don't like I would be horrified of Outlast. But maybe something like Little Nightmares. Little Nightmares is kind of the cute type of scary, where it's like you have these little characters who are adorable and then in the process it's super horrifying. The Forest. I might not be able to do first person. First person horror is really hard for me. Like what was it? Five Nights at Freddy's was bad enough for me. And Five Nights at Freddy's was pretty mild. Security Breach. Yeah, but first-person horror is really tough for me. You finished a horror game that wasn't really horror. Resident Evil 2. Isn't that first person, though? I guess they're third person. I mean, I'm bad at shooters also, so you guys can watch it. I might not be the best and most entertaining. Simulacra. It's an immersive thriller narrative game. Oh yeah, it's a visual novel, maybe. Come on, guys, let's go get. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! What did I say that? Was that Oh yeah, that was in Five Nights at Freddy's Security Beach. Shut up! Shut up! That was when we had to get the head of the race car to kill Roxy, and I was like, "Come on, guys, let's get some head." And I was like, "Oh wait, whoops." Until Dawn. Until Dawn is good. But isn't Until Dawn only on PlayStation, though? The Quarry. Then again, this is, what is it, October. So we still have plenty of time. One game I really wanted to play is, what is it? Corpse Party. Some of you guys have really recommended Corpse Party since it's a visual novel, so it's up my alley. It's not like scary. It's more scary in the narrative sense instead of the scary in the things jump out and try to kill you sense. The quarry is made by the same people who made Until Dawn. I see. Until Dawn. Let's see. What platforms? Yeah, unfortunately, still only on PlayStation 4. But hopefully, you know, with games like, what is it called? Detroit Become Human? With games like Detroit Become Human, coming out, on PC, maybe we have hope for things like Until Dawn also. Did I ever play Resident Evil? I've never played a Resident Evil game. Or, no, scratch that. I think I've played a little bit of Resident Evil 4 because Leon. But besides that, I haven't really played a Resident Evil game. I've watched Resident Evil games. All hail Lady D. Yeah. Maybe you guys aren't as interested in Corpse Party as I thought. Because nobody's really mentioning about Corpse Party. Maybe I overestimated it. I don't know. There's also Mandela Catalog. They're games? They're Mandela Catalog games? One thing I do want is I don't want to just become a horror streamer. If that makes sense. Because I feel like there's so many horror streamers out there who, let me do this. Okay, how's it going, guys? Today we're in the Oh my god! Oh jeez! Oh my god! Oh my god! How was that? How was that? Was I a good horror streamer? I feel like that's every single horror streamer nowadays. And I don't want to become that. You love Corpse Party. There is no game is a cool game. Yeah, but I feel like every horror streamer nowadays is just an exaggeration of horror. Yeah, like I can't take horror streams seriously anymore. Like I have no problem watching horror games, I can't play them. Because, you know, I can watch someone else do the horror, but like I just freak out when I do it. 10 out of 10 screams of terror. Like, you guys already see me, like, what is it? Scream. Like, you guys saw me scream when I was running in, what is it? What is it called? In Security Breach, right? I remember when I was, what is it? I was running from, who's the big guy? Big DJ boy? Spider DJ? Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Big Spider DJ guy in, Security Breach when you were up in the casino area or the arcade area and he was chasing after you in that long hallway. Do you guys have any idea what I'm talking about? I remember I screamed a lot when I was trying to run from that guy. I was so freaked. It was like that thing was giant and it was trying to like destroy me. And Monica jump scared. DJ Music Man, yeah. And Monica freaked me out, right? But you know, you guys have also mentioned that there are times when there are jump scares and I'm just like staring at the screen going, okay. Right? It's like I have no, I scare very easily, but I also have no problem if there's something supposed to be scary and I'm not scared, I just won't react. Like, I have no problem with that. And so it's like, you get my real reaction to a horror game. Like, you'll get my real reaction, but, you know, a lot of horror genre people, they kind of made it that the expectation very high now, because you know, they push this idea that everything is super exciting and super scary. So it's like, when like, oh, look, it's a squirrel. Oh my God! Something like that. It's like, it's unnecessary. Right? Do you guys know what I mean? It's the same thing with, you guys remember prank videos? Maybe you guys are too young for that, but it's just a prank, bro. You guys know that phrase, right? And one of the reasons is because, you know, prank videos were very, very popular back in the day, but they slowly became more and more fake because people realized that if you fake or if you hire actors, you can get more views, right? I even asked you to check on him and you didn't. He appeared at the end. What was I gonna do? Bro, the old Vine prank vids. Yeah, the prank channels, man. Like, I used to follow, what is it? What was, there was this one called, Model Pranksters, Joey something, I don't remember. Yeah, and then eventually it became outed that, you know, every single one of them were fake. And I have no problem if you guys fake things, but you have to expect that that's not a sustainable solution. Because, you know, there's only so much relatability you can have. There's only so much value you can get when your content is supposed to be relatable. Does that kind of make sense? So like when people come to streams to watch people's genuine reactions, to watch how people, you know, I want to watch people talk about my favorite game and talk about whether or not they like the game or they dislike the game. That's why Danganronpa was so fun, because, you know, I know a lot of you, or some of you, really liked Kirumi from Danganronpa 3, and then I hated her and was like, oh, she's the worst, she's like narcissism, bro. And, you know, that's kind of a fun reaction. But, you know, when you go into a horror stream and you want, like, oh, I want to see what people, how they react to these things, and every single person goes, oh my god, it's all so scary. It's like, then it's like, you don't really get the reaction anymore. So it's like, I can be scared at some things, but if I'm not scared at other things, people are like, no, you have to be scared at that thing as well, because that's the expectation people have now. So it's either be very over the top and attract a lot of, you know, people who fall for this. Generally, one of the reasons why horror YouTubers is associated with young kids is because a lot of the young kids don't have the social experience, I guess it can, to realize what is fake and what is not. Like, when you get older, you have the level of social experience to identify who's faking their reactions and who's not faking their reactions. But, you know, when you're young, you don't have that. So just everyone who's screaming is like, oh, he's reacting to my favorite video game, therefore he's good and I like him, right? Which is why nowadays, horror YouTubers and horror streamers have been associated with a young audience because of that reason. So as a result, you know, the choice is act over the top and attract that young audience, or, you know, be yourself, but as a result, repel most of the people who are watching horror streams in the first place, which is the young audience. And I don't mean to say that anyone who watches horror is young or anything. I'm not saying that at all. Right. What I am saying is that, you know, there are, there are so many people nowadays who are just like over the top with their ideas and their reactions. Which is also one of the reasons why sometimes when I want to feel about something, sometimes when I want to talk about something, like, for example, Adrian Andrews today, I talked about, you know, how to, you know, deal with social anxiety and deal with self-confidence. I had no problem stopping the stream for that. And I noticed when I did that, several viewers left because they're like, I'm not here for to hear the streamer's thoughts. I'm here to watch the video game, and when I'm not playing the video game, they just leave. Which is, I have no problem with that, right? If you're gonna leave because you don't want to be here for, you know, the entirety of the stream and just for the game, I mean, that's fine. But, you know, that's one of the reasons why I've really avoided streaming horror. This is a really roundabout way of saying I've really avoided streaming horror for that particular reason, because I feel like the horror audience has become essentially the same as the pranking audience. The old prank channels, Arcane Bolt said, not the prank channels, which is essentially just you defend the channel voraciously to say that it's not fake until eventually it's outed that they are fake, and then you just become disappointed. I feel like that's horror right now. Horror has gotten to the point where, you know, it's just all disappointing because all you do is scream, you get the views, and then people are saying, oh, all you do is scream because that's how you get the views. Which is why I try to, you know, be sparse on horror. Yeah. Which is also why I'm glad I threw in Luigi's Mansion. Andy isn't here right now. Andy hasn't come back for a while, but Andy was the one who suggested Luigi's Mansion. And I'm glad I brought in Luigi's Mansion because it was kind of like a cutesy way of dealing with horror. Because it's like, then I don't have to, you know, play a horror game. I can play a more cutesy game. And then I don't have to be so unrealistic in my screaming, if that makes sense. Yeah, the expectations of horror games are just so weird nowadays. And you guys remember the types of people who came in during the horror streams. If you guys remember, the people who joined the Little Nightmares 2 streams, there were lots of little kids who were spammers, right? They would spam emojis like over and over and over again until the point where we had to mute them. There was one person who, if I didn't read exactly what they wrote, they would spam it over and over and over again, then we had to mute them. In the other stream, there was a guy who would just, whenever I died, he'd call me a pussy-ass bitch or something like that. It's like, you're clearly, he also came from TikTok. It's clear, like, now looking back on Spooktober, it is obvious to me that streaming horror brought a lot younger of an audience. Yeah, Kiyoma, of course you remember because you're the one who had to deal with them. Thank you, Kiyoma. Yeah, if that kind of makes sense. I don't mean, once again, I don't mean to insult anyone who likes watching horror. I'm sure there's some good horror channels out there. It's just, you know, kind of in the more general case. I mean, what is it? I liked My Little Pony. What is it? I was a brony for a while, right? So I completely understand. Like, you like something that doesn't fit your demographic. Who cares? Yeah, but it's like, you know, I don't mean anything by calling out people who, My Little Pony slaps. I know, right? I don't have my Fluttershy plushie with me. It's at the office. But yeah, I have a Fluttershy plushie with me. I also have a Pinkie Pie plushie somewhere. Yeah, but yeah. I just feel like one of the reasons why a lot of people, when they recommend horror, and I said I didn't want to do horror, that's partially one of the big reasons, besides the fact that I'm afraid. And I'm gonna be real here. Horror's kind of, you like My Little Pony? Of course, I love My Little Pony. I'm a big Pinkie Pie fan. I personally really like Pinkie Pie when she exists in comic relief, right? I don't think she needs to be a main character. I think her in a comic relief situation is just fine. And I love her. But yeah, that's one of the big reasons why I've avoided horror. It has less to do with I'm scared than you think, even though it is I'm scared. But you know, I don't have a problem with you guys recommending horror, by the way. I have no problem with it. Just note that sometimes if I feel like the audience would be far too young, like something like is it me or is Five Nights at Freddy's audience very young? It's a lot younger than I thought it was. Do you guys kind of understand what I'm saying? Like, don't get me wrong, if you watch Markiplier, that's okay, but you know, Markiplier, supposedly the king of Five Nights at Freddy's. Like his audience is very young. You know, I didn't realize that because I always thought that Five Nights at Freddy's was what is it? I associated horror with PewDiePie when I was younger. Which was you know, because you know, I guess PewDiePie was the first horror guy. And yeah, he was like the first horror guy, so I associated everything horror with PewDiePie. So I just assumed that Five Nights at Freddy's was horror, and horror would be like, you know, it talks about blood and like goring people out and like what is it, putting people into essential Iron Maidens. Talks about decapitation. I thought it'd be like an adult game, but it turns out, I guess, I don't know what happened, but maybe because it pushed on a more cutesy route, it ended up being just like a young kids game. Friday Night Funkin' fandom is young too. That's true. I don't know anything about Friday Night Funkin' other than the fact that it's essentially DDR. But I noticed a lot of the people who encouraged me to play Friday Night Funkin' are very young. Like, don't get me wrong. I can, and please don't take any offense to this. I can tell approximately how old you guys are just based on the things you say. It's not that hard. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I'm judging you for this. It's like, I want everyone to contribute, but I can kind of tell. So it's like, when people recommend Friday Night Funkin' or Five Nights at Freddy's, I keep a mental note of that, and I have an approximate idea of how old, or the age of people who are commenting. No, you can't. It's not that hard. When you've dealt with children enough, and I'm not calling you guys children either, you can kind of tell approximately how old they are just based on the things they say. You're 7777. I should do a multiplayer game. I do want to do a multiplayer game. No. I very well want to do a multiplayer game. Would I ever try guessing everyone's age? I wouldn't. Just because I don't want to dox people. Emmy, how old are you? You're at least 44. And if you say you're younger, you're just not, you're just unaccepting of your current situation. I'm kidding. Chess when? Some point. Would you guys watch me learn how to play chess? I would absolutely just go on a chess tutorial website and just learn how to play chess. Would you guys watch that? Meep says yes. Bunny says yes. Oh boy. I'd probably yell at you. Yes. No, like I'd go on like the baby's first chess. The horse moves in an L shape because it has a broken leg. That's how I remember how the horse moves, by the way. I remember that the horse moves in an L shape because it has a broken leg. That's always what I remember. You could learn to. I don't know how to play chess. All I know is that the horse moves in an L and the priest is drunk, so he moves diagonally. When you were 7, you got Mario Chess. I'd stream snipe. Andy's Apple Farm. No, but you see, Kioma, I know that you suggest those things to me because I ask for horror suggestions. You generally don't suggest Andy's Apple Farm on a normal day. So I have no problem if you guys suggest those types of horror games when I ask for horror games. Like, I remember when you've been asking about Apple Farm, and I know Apple Farm was very specific when I asked for games for Spooktober, so I have no problem with that. So don't get me wrong, I'm not saying don't recommend horror games or anything. I'm just saying, I'm not saying don't recommend horror games. Don't get me wrong. If you recommend horror games, that's okay. I always thought the queen could move anywhere because she's a boss-ass bitch. Oh my god, Minecraft Master, Fall Guys is free. What are you, 14? What? I don't play horror, so I'm not good at horror recommendations. We can revisit Minecraft for Spooktober. That was definitely the scariest game I've played. Is Misao or Mad Father? Isn't Corpse Party in there with the RPG makers as well? Yeah, I feel like the RPG maker games generally get an older audience, but I might be wrong. I don't know. Yeah, I know Corpse Party is a very cult following. It's not like a popular game. It's like a popular movie in the same way that the Rocky Motion Picture Horror Show is a cult game. Oh, because you already said it. Yeah, isn't it more like a cult game? Uh-oh. Scary from a technical point. I see. Yeah, I feel like Corpse Party is like a cult following. I feel like some of you guys might be too young to know what the Rocky Motion Picture Horror Show is. Rocky Motion Picture. The Rocky Horror Picture Show. That's what the Rocky Horror Picture Show. That's it. Corpse Party, I haven't seen it, but you have seen it, but you haven't finished watching it. Do any of you guys know what the Rocky Horror Picture Show is? No? It's a cult classic movie. It's one of those movies where you go to watch it and like you like screw with the movie itself. It's weird. It's weird. You guys have to experience it to understand. Yeah, but I hope that I can, you know, I'm gonna try some games that hopefully, you know, can inspire different points of audience, different points of entry. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say? Maybe not. But like, you know, I definitely want to, you know, I definitely feel like my streaming style has become, you know, at first I was just, you know, trying out, but I feel more like my streaming style is definitely not for people ages maybe 12 and younger, and that has nothing to do with like the sexual references or like the sexual innuendos I make. Like anyone can make sexual innuendos, right? You say haha, he has a long sword, and like 8-year-olds will laugh, haha, you're talking about a pee-pee. It's like, yeah, sexual references are actually the easiest way to get, you know, kids. But I like to have conversations. I like to, you know, have conversations with my audience, and that's something that young kids simply aren't prepared for. Things like talking about how to deal with anxiety. I know which one of you is young. You have to be 13 to use Twitch anyway, but I mean, I think you get what I'm saying, right? The less mature audience will be there to say, haha, you're a pussy, you suck. That, I feel like that's a lot of the audience that I want to avoid. And a lot of people, you know, there's a lot of people who would say things like, shut up and play the game. Like that type of audience. That's definitely a younger audience. I can tell you that there are a few of you guys that I'm not going to mention names that fall into the category of making jokes that are very immature, that are off topic and generally don't make sense, but because they're random, you go haha. If it's not obvious that it's you, it's not you. I promise you guys. I promise you guys. I promise you I'm not talking about you. Anyone who's still here, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Anyone who's chatting right now, it's not them. Because I know because these people are not here right now. My jokes are great. Half the times I'm on Starbucks. What? I'm sorry I made your mom jokes. No, it's not any of you guys. I promise you guys. You'll generally know who it is because I tell them, hey, try to keep yourself on topic, guys. Suck on D's! No, stop! Like, I'll get Starbucks from the gas station. What? The puns are good. I hate you all. I hate you all. That was the very first one I fell for, Minecraft. Sug on these nuts. That was one of the first I've ever fallen for. Uncle Mo's puns. No, I really, guys, don't feel self-conscious. I'm not insulting your ages at all. You guys are just fine. In fact, I can tell, you know, I know that some of you here aren't too old, but some of you are young but act very mature for your age, which I think is a great thing. Remember Ice Wallow Come. I remember. No, streamer's bullying me. You know, the puns are unbearable. Puns are quality and top tier. No, puns are the basest form of comedy. Yeah. I actually just recently canceled one of my subscription things for YouTube. I have an optimizations thing that covers some of my how to do funds and how to post videos, and I canceled it recently because I realized more and more that I don't like streaming on YouTube's their donation system, if that makes sense. Like YouTube, they really like to make money and they try to shove donations in your face. Does that make sense? Does that kind of make sense? And that's one thing I've really tried to avoid. More and more I've tried to avoid, you know, shoving the money thing in your face. I know maybe some of you guys who were originally part of the original stream, you might know, I was very concerned about how to do donations and what if I did this and what if I put the button here. But, you know, one thing I like about Twitch is I could just remove it. And YouTube, you can't remove that the money thing, even if it's not even if there's no super chat button. You can remove the super chat button and then they'll just start showing lots of ads on the stream, and that's not something I like.
Mom is a little mature and made a these nuts joke.
Yeah, so that's one thing I really like about Twitch. I know a lot of people said when I first moved to Twitch, a lot of people, we can't spam mana with money anymore. Yes, don't spam me with money. I keep telling you guys. You know, a lot of people, they said, oh, don't move to Twitch because they force you guys to watch ads. Can I ask you, actually, I just want to know because I haven't really kept track. Have you guys seen an ad on Twitch on my channel before? Have any of you guys seen an ad on my channel before? Because if you have, not one, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Because somebody told me that even if you're not an affiliate or a partner, you will get ads. And that was something I really didn't like. So I knew that the moment I found out if I had ads on Twitch, I would move back to YouTube. Because if we're getting spammed with ads on Twitch versus ad on YouTube, at least YouTube gives me money for playing the ads. Whereas if I'm not a affiliate with Twitch and they give me ads, well, I don't even make money off of those anyway. So I wanted to make sure of that. And at the very least, I'm happy that I'm happy that Twitch is true to their word. If I'm not attempting to make money off of them, they won't put ads on the stream. And I don't know if that affects my viewership. Maybe that will affect how much they recommend my stream, which is fair enough, because if I'm not making the money, they wouldn't recommend me anyway, but I'm 90% sure that ads show on channels with affiliate and partner. You know, I'm fairly shocked at how easy it was to become an affiliate. What was it? You have to stream a certain number of hours and you have to have average 3 viewers, right? I can give you a very easy way to get 3 viewers, right? I have a cell phone. That's 1 viewer. I have a laptop. That's another viewer. And I'll tell my friend to just run me on background. That's 3 viewers. 3 viewers, done. It's actually very easy to be an affiliate. Which is, 3 viewers doesn't... they don't have to be real. You don't have to be real people. Put the dono button back, or a subscribe button on Twitch. I think I have a follow, maybe? Maybe it's subscribe. Maybe I have to change that to follow. Because this is on Twitch now. Donate. No, there's no donate. No, like legit, I really don't like the idea of streaming for like money from the viewers, right? Twitch has this great system, right? Twitch has this really nice system already, and you know, if they grow me enough, they can implement their system on my stream, and that is at no cost to you guys, right? One thing I like is, you know, banner ads, right? One thing I like is banner ads. Like one thing on YouTube is like they put up that banner where it's like, oh, you can buy a car, but it doesn't disrupt the channel. All you have to do is click the X button to get rid of it. Thanks you so much for coming, Kiyoma. I hope you had a great time, and I'll hope to see you tomorrow. Like, one thing I like are banner ads, like I said, right? Ads that are not disruptive. I'm really happy with ads that are not disruptive. If I wanted to add, if somebody sponsors me, I can just put an ad into the stream, right? There's no reason for the system itself to force that on you, right? I mean, I understand this is Twitch's system. He does simp for Kyoko. Shut up! Shut up! You didn't see that. You did not see Kyoko. Kyoko's not there. Kyoko's not there. You have no problem? Yeah, I agree with that. Or even like ads that exist on the side, as long as they're not really disruptive and overly flashy. Like, I know there's so many Genshin Impact ads, but I have no problem if you go on Twitch and there's like a Genshin Impact ad over on the side here. All you have to do is press full screen and you don't see it anyway, right? I'll give you the numbers on your debit. Shut up. Shut up. No. No, keep your money, guys. Be more responsible. Emmy, you're about to graduate and go into the world of the working man. You gotta keep your money in check. Yeah, the one thing I don't like, however, are really overly flashy ads that, if you guys have ever been onto game sites back in like the flash game sites back in the 2000, the early 2000s, the flash game sites, whenever you click on a site, there'd be like 30 different ads. They're like, oh, check out this thing. Oh, look at here. Oh, over here. Okay, how about this, guys? Sorry, I'll protect the $5 in your bank account. Dang, I need to donate to you. You about to start working. You're going out there. You're gonna be a working, what do you call it? A contributing member of society? Bulbapedia ads. Oh man, I remember when I went to Bulbapedia and there would be like ads there. 2000s internet ads hit, dude. They did. I will say, what is it called? What was I? If you guys do want to donate, instead of donating to me directly, one thing I would really love is if you would put in the $5 of effort. If you want to donate $5, you put in the $5 of effort into, you know, helping me spread the stream and spread the positivity of the stream or something like that. They min-max ads. Do they? Is it that bad? No, like I remember, like what was it? I was looking at I remember, you know, last night I got out of the shower and do you know what I thought myself? I don't have a floor bath mat. I should think about getting one. So I was finished taking the shower. I sat down on my computer just to, you know, check my emails. I opened up Amazon, and the first 15 things they recommended were bath mats. And I was like, what the frick? What the frick? They are listening to me. God damn. Like, ads are scary sometimes. They removed Endeavor from Pokemon. Aw. Rip Rat-a-tat. Gates. Jeff Bezos. Who are you talking about? Bill Gates. Well, I guess Microsoft, Windows, I guess they have big ears too, so fair enough. But what was I saying? Yeah, if you guys want to donate, please, if you guys want to donate, I would say put that donation into, a way to spread the stream or something like that. Our phones have big ears. They do. They freaking do. Yeah, but, please just put that money into helping me spread the stream. Like, if you want to donate, instead of donating, what you should do is tweet my stream or something like that. That's more than enough. To me, that's more than, that's just as good, if not better, than just donating, right? Tweet my stream or maybe share it on your Instagram or social media or whatever, or put it on Facebook. Or do you guys still use Facebook? I feel like Facebook has become an old people thing. Dang. And it's like when I used Facebook, it was like the hip and trendy thing. Whew. You do use Facebook? Old woman. What? No, like if you guys what is it? Enjoy the stream, like, and you want to donate, all you gotta do is, just tweet it or share it on Facebook or something like that. And just say, oh, hey, this streamer is wholesome and I love him. And then they'll click on the stream and then they'll come into a scene of me going, and they're like, what? You said this was wholesome? And then they would unfriend you and leave you. No, but seriously, that's more than you have. That's all you have to do is, like, if you want to donate, instead just share it on your social media. Anyway, I'm getting really hungry. I'm gonna get a burger for Maya. Burgers for Maya! Alright, you all have a great night. Yeah.
Get with the times! Oh, I see, you like Facebook. When I was a youngin'.
I share my stream with all 0 of my friends every day. Arcane Bolt, that is not true. We are all your friends. And also, I'm sure you have friends out there as well. Don't worry. Why is this actually so fun? You all have a great night. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Do you have any quests for me? And I'll see you all next time.